All right, let's get started. Now the screening is on. An honor to introduce René Lafort. René Lafort is an independent researcher, author, and journalist. He has reported for major newspapers in France since the 1970s. He has written Ethiopia and Erectoral Revolution, in translation, which is one of the first books on the Ethiopian Revolution, published in 1982. He's also reported for Le Monde Diplomatique, Fédération, Le Nouvel Observateur, reading what he's been writing in the 1980s, and then after a little bit of hiatus, much more recently, I think I can say that René Lafort is one of the most astute observers of Ethiopian politics. And in the last 5-6 years, his writings, as many of you know, have been the most prescient, almost a prophet. Whatever he said about the Ethiopian government has come to pass. And the last one that he just wrote, Unrest in Ethiopia, the ultimate warning shot with a question mark, which came out in February. Basically says the Ethiopian government must reform. If it doesn't reform, as he said in one of the interviews that he gave, the Yugoslav scenario is not unthinkable. So it's my privilege to introduce René Lafort. Time is yours,
okay.
Because there's a background, want to sit and present his presentation.
So, good morning. But I must first apologize. I am afraid I will not be able to be as lively as the former speaker, but I will try to do. I will try to do my best to keep your attention. Okay. You remember yesterday Marta Kumsa, this one and this one. No, with the right hand. Okay. So I think that it allows me to give you, or to try to give you, an outside view on some of the most common views widely shared here. From discussions I had with some of you, and also from what my readings on the Oromo website, it appears that the unrest in Ethiopia, in Oromia, would have been essentially driven by the harmful behavior of non-Oromo forces, mainly led by Tigrayans. This hits the Oromos in two main ways. Their national and individual rights are not respected. Their land rights are offended. So, in short and very roughly, I can say that the Oromo would face today a kind of eternal cycle of the subjugation and the exploitation imposed of them after Menelik's conquests, and of course at different degrees and today under different forms. I believe that the reality is probably more complex and more broader. And to explain why, allow me to come back to the 2005 elections. I have been one of the few observers who was in the countryside during the elections, in a small rural Kebele 3-hour walk from the road in the Amara region. Okay? The main narrative about these elections was that the upsurge of the opposition was motivated mainly by democratic demands and a contestation of Tigrayan hegemony. What I have observed is far from that. And let me tell you the main steps of the process before the elections. In January 2005, a handful of opposition members demonstrated in front of the administrative building of the Woreda without any reaction from the police. The people's interpretation of this passivity was crystal clear. The ruling power has decided by itself to leave. Peasants repeated me again and again, Mengistieren, Mengistieren. For them, the election became simply a process of formalizing the institutionalization of a new ruling power. Second point regarding the Tigrayans. When I asked to the people, so do you have any problems with the Tigrayans? They told me, which Tigrayans? There are no Tigrayans here. We don't know any Tigrayan. Okay, second question. Do you think that the Tigrayans have some privilege? They say, let me think about privilege. Ah, yeah, now I remember. Yes, they have a privilege. Because the Tigrayan truck driver, they are allowed to carry an arm. And we are forbidden to carry our arms since 1991. That was the only issue they could mention regarding the Tigrayans. Regarding now the democracy, when I asked the question, including the word democracy, okay, the replies I got were completely incomprehensible. After a couple of days, I understood that for around half of the people, they confused the two words, democracy and bureaucracy, because the two words sound similar. Bureaucracy is a nickname given to the officials appointed during their time, who were penalized after the TPLF came to power, and who lost a lot of their land during the land reform of 97. So the core of the opposition came from this bureaucracy group for two main reasons, okay? First, they were eager for revenge because they have been largely deprived from their land by this land reform. And they were absolutely upset by the authoritarian and intrusive development activities imposed on them. These activities were considered completely useless and time-consuming. They prevented them to devote their full capacity to cultivate their farm. Claims for democracy as such were marginal and more an echo of what they heard on the radio than intimately rooted. Around 1 month before the election, when the ruling power suddenly launched its counter-offensive like a bulldozer, threatening to take the land of those who would vote for the opposition, the mass of the peasants panicked. For whom should they vote? Their decision rested upon only one criterion: who will be the winner? There was not a political choice. The question was, who will be the winner? We must vote for the winner, because otherwise we could be, if we would vote for the opposition, we could be punished by the winner. So finally, the bureaucracy played a leading role as an opinion maker. And the bureaucracy convinced most of the people that the opposition would win at the national level, and as proved by the big demonstration in Addis Ababa 1 week before the election. So I tell you this story to explain how what you can observe at the grassroots level can be quite different on what of the narrative which is given about and even as important as these elections. So now coming back to Oromia, I have no doubt that political grievances stricto sensu based on ethno-nationalist and democratic right have been a core motivation for demonstrators, especially young educated people. But was it also the case for the mass of the peasants? They are obviously driven by one primary objective: survival, which means above all protecting their material environment, including of course their assets. In this regard, it's logic they will consider the so-called land grabbing with unfair compensation as harmful. But why did people demonstrate in some areas which were not affected by land grabbing? Then for which reasons? Who mobilized these people? What is the profile of these probably spontaneous local mobilizers? Did they establish some links between them? Through which channels? Did some organization like OFC or OLF or the traditional GADA system played a role in all this unrest? Tens of crucial questions remain unanswered. And I think that at this stage, there is too much speculation about this, the roots and the process of this unrest. And one fact in particular strikes me. Model farmers were assaulted by their neighbors. From what I know, it appears that the rise of many of these model farmers in Oromia has more to do with cronyism and corruption than with personal abilities. In particular, these model farmers have often taken advantage of the indebtedness of poor farmers to increase their land by unfair contracts or sharecropping agreements. And this hand in glove with the local authorities. Thus, a new rural elite has emerged during the last decade, in which local officials and rich farmers are completely intertwined. So the antagonism between this relatively wealthy group and the mass of farmers is growing, as I observed it in the rural village where I work in the Amara region. And this leads to a crucial issue. As it is frequently done, it is wrong to present Ethiopia economic growth as monopolized to the sole benefit of a very teeny upper group of oligarchs, mainly Tigrayans, while the rest of the population will remain in the centuries-old abject misery. Okay? It's absolutely true that a hardcore of extreme poverty hasn't yet been tackled, as proved by this close to 20 million peasants who are today in need of an urgent food aid. But the main feature of the Ethiopian society since a dozen of years is the incredible speed of its stratification. Yes, an elite has emerged, but I would say from the top to the bottom, from this oligarchs to the grain trader or the minibus owner or the mill owner in a village, and also to the model farmer or to the corrupted local official. At the village level, these people are considered as what we could call oligarch. So, I think that the unrest in Oromia shouldn't be analyzed only through the lens of conflicting ethno-nationalism. In other words, a drop more of the national question raised by the students' movement 50 years ago. This unrest has obviously also a class dimension, which means that it cannot be reduced to a conflict between the Oromos and non-Oromos powerful people. It has also a strong intra-Oromo dimension. I don't think that this analysis should be or should also overemphasize the democratic claim in the classical liberal meaning of this concept. I doubt that the popular aspiration focuses on acceding to democratic fundamentals like the whole people's sovereignty, the right to free opinion, free expression, free gathering, etc. From the fieldwork I have undertaken, it appears that the main blame addressed to the ruling power in this regard is its continuous intrusion into the day-to-day life of everybody. This intrusive authoritarianism, often arbitrary, unpredictable and corrupted, becomes unbearable because it stifles the everyday life and infantilizes people. The people is now completely fed up with this type of authoritarianism. And I think that the main demand of the people now is less in a fundamental change in the nature of the Mengi's than stay away. Let us live our own life. That was exactly the motto of the rural opposition at the time of the election. That exactly today the motto of large part of the emerging middle class. The second issue I would like to present now deals with the ruling power. It is too often presented as a strongly hierarchical structure under the total hegemony of a handful of Tigrayan leaders. I believe that this vision has been true, but that it's now outdated, especially after Meles passed away. The power pyramid has been leveled and has scattered into several poles. The institutions had been largely devitalized and debrained, mainly due to the personal iron grip of Meles Zenawi. But the institutions start to matter again. This is true for the central and regional governments. This is true for the ministers, who have now a wider room to maneuver than never before. This is true for the parliament, which start to play its role at least as a watchdog of the executive, even modestly. This is true for the EPRDF as such and for its four components. Of course, the four components are not on an equal footing. One is still more equal than the three others for obvious reasons. But these three other components are not anymore submitted and blindly obedient entities. They have for sure gained an autonomy that they never got before, and they certainly try hard to assert it, even with more or less success. This is part of a remarkable progress, the lightening of the age-old centralization of the power as a result of growing centrifugal forces, which are moved not only by the so-called periphery, but also by the Tigrayans themselves and the TPLF. The second pole of power consists of a constellation of personalities, each at the top of a network based on relationship of several forms, from relatives to shared business interests, including common ethnic or even local origin. This constellation constitutes the present oligarchy. It has emerged in the wake of the developmental state. Its specificity is that the same people hold top positions, both in the institutions and in the state and in the parastatal economic sector. Third, the army and the security services make up the third pole, but I am still unable to assess their real weight in the whole powers landscape. Some informants tell me that they have built a state in the state. On the opposite, others are sure that they work under the authority of the government. Where is the truth? I don't know. Nevertheless, what is very important is that the interface between these three poles remain uncertain, fluid, if not chaotic. Simultaneously, the monotheism of Sud is over as the monolithism of the governing structure. The big man, the Terexo, was set the line, which was afterwards blindly followed and implemented from top to bottom, has disappeared. I know for sure, for example, that the cabinet and the executive committee of the EPRDF are now debating bodies, and even bodies where violent verbal punch-up are frequent. What could be concluded from this short overview? Clearly, The regime faces its biggest challenge since its inception. This challenge is not only political. The economic situation too requests drastic changes in the same direction because the roots of the problems are common. The roots of the problem are the main component of the power system since an age-old time. So I don't have enough time to deal now with this economic issue. But finally, opposite forces and trends make the whole issue completely unpredictable. The ruling power is physically strong but politically weak, and these challenges plunge it in disarray. It is crossed by several divides, either structural or personal, based on individual rivalries, business diverging interests, ethnic and even sub-regional splits, etc. For the several discussions I had with middle and high-ranking officials, I have been stricken by the deepness of distrust and even resentment between the three main components of the EPRDF. They come close to paranoia by ascribing to the other components the darkest hidden intents. This, of course, raises the question on how they could sincerely cooperate. But a new crucial feature is that this divide is also expressed in political terms. To make a long story short, part of the EPRDF, including part of the TPLF, is now convinced, for a couple of months at least, that these changes can be overcome only by ending with the centuries-old power system, or more precisely, some of its key components. I fully agree with this analysis. I would say that, quote, the recycling of the medieval sage culture, quote, to use Haggai Ehrlich words, which has been largely carried on, leads to a deadlock, if not a bloody catastrophe. Thus, the increasing assertive diversity of the Ethiopian society, the emergence of a new educated stratum, much more open-minded, the opening to the outside world, needed to sustain the economic growth. This can be tackled only through a very revolution which the two last regimes' change have not brought to fruition, to say the least. These reformers say ruling by force will lead us again and again in bloody turmoil. The only way for long-term stability is the rule of law. What they exactly mean by the rule of law is still to be clarified. But I am 100% sure that they place a true and fair federalism as the forefront of the reform process. I am unable to assess the present balance of power between these reformers and their opponents. The regime reaction to the Oromia's events would suggest that the hardliners have now the upper hand. But it's, in my view, far too early to affirm who will be the winner at the end of the game. Nevertheless, this division is the main reason for the inability of the regime until now to agree on a common analysis of these challenges and to fix common solutions, despite the fact that the ruling power now knows that it faces a big challenge and spends day and night to discuss how to overcome it. Thus, I think Ethiopia is now in a double deadlock. On one side, the ruling power has not found a response in par with the challenges it faces, a response which, among others, would unevocally show that it has fully determined the very nature and the deepness of the resentment in Oromia. On the other side, the regime has no substitute. The opposition forces are too scattered and too divided to form now a credible potential alternative. In Oromia in particular, I don't see which force could, at this stage again, channel this resentment in an organized and constructive way and gain the popular legitimacy to do so. Taking all this into account, the pessimists would say that the future is more than grim. But the optimists would say that when a monolithic system, monolithic in its structure and ever more in its thought, starts to crack, when it starts to have doubts about its own soundness, nobody knows what will be its point of arrival. This process is without doubt underway. The power system is shaken because it is plunged in a whole reconstruction phase. I agree that this can lead either to some betterment or to the worst. And finally, I would add a paragraph, which is not in my presentation, but I want to add it after having listened to you yesterday. The key word you used here was genocide. I had hours and hours of discussion with young TPLF intellectuals who are middle or high-ranking TPLF officials, not top officials. And I was incredibly surprised by their paranoia. They are convinced that if the TPLF becomes weak, their survival is at stake. I discussed with the same kind of people in the INDM. They are too convinced that the Amara are besieged, are assaulted, are aggressed by the Tigrayans. So, if you look at the whole landscape, you have the three main components of the EPRDF, which are in the kind of what I would call a bunkerization process. What can be built on this starting point? There are two alternatives. The worst one is the armed struggle, which will lead to a massacre. The other one is a very long, gradual process of bargaining between emerging oppositional forces and the present ruling power. But if this mentality of survival, of genocide, of being besieged and assaulted, if this mentality continues, I repeat my question, what can be built on this mentality? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I always find your writing and your speech revealing. I never understood the medieval siege mentality, the medieval siege culture of the Abyssinians that he referred to. But he always opens this, he reveals it, often couching his presentation in analysis in the notion of the primacy of economics rather than other things. Now you're welcome to have questions, maybe about, yeah, we finished ahead of time, so if you have questions for Renee, Cressida.
Who is this lady?
I want to ask a question which relates to the last panel as well, about how much of the Oromo political system, as in a traditional political system, is actively undertaken throughout Oromia. And interestingly, this relates to this panel, to, therefore, commentary and questioning about who has mobilized these ethnically based Oromo outbursts against injustice. He asks this question in terms of what we can maybe call the modern political structure, and also mentioned as well the gutter system. Now, I asked Imecho Mogesa a long time ago how many people actually did the gutter, and he couldn't really give me a very clear answer. And I've spoken again today with somebody who couldn't really give me a clear answer. And I think in terms of my experience where I work in Gondar, so I work with the Amara. And the local officials, the oligarchs, have become very much involved in local community, the Sebakugwai, the parish councils, the other things like Semrete, which originate from that area, although a lot of Oromo are going to have their own in their own communities. So I would really like to know, what is the viability of the Gada system? Is it a mobilizing force? Is it a dangerous, ethnically mobilizing force? Is it something that is really clearly only something people want to have, not as Oromuma, but as a local mechanism for solidarity, status hierarchy in terms of age grading? Or is it something that is Oromo-wide, that maybe might be something that one might say could become a violent instrument of revolution and change? Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask raise question on the last remark. Now, for a long time in Ethiopia, Oromos were arrested and still going on, and systematically they were killing or disappearing a lot of things. So now that in general we can say this one is atrocity. Atrocity means an atrocity of different divisions like genocide, including genocide. What do you think what is happening in Oromia now by the present government? Can you categorize as genocide or crime against humanity or ethnic cleansing? That's what I'm to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Could you I forgot your name. Is that amazing?
Thank you, Renee, for your analysis, and you took into account multiple layers of conceptualizing issues in Oromia and beyond. Let me refer to one of your most interesting sentences, if I quote it very well. The regime's continuous intrusion or authoritarian structures into daily life of the farmers. You seem to take this as a very important concept causing the protesters or the grievances in Oromia. You seem to be of a view that the Oromo peasant's concern is fundamentally rooted in issues of survival than democratic rights. And these are generally true, not only for Roma, for all peasants everywhere. Do you believe this conceptual framework also captures an overarching ethno-national demand, mainly expressed in some of the slogans we have had in the course of Oromo protests? I'll give you two examples. One is Wayane Numbetu, Wayane should not govern us.
Wayane should not govern us.
Wayane should not govern us. And the second one is Oromo of Bulchu and Desa. That means Oromo, you can govern yourself. I've raised these issues because it may be related to the main question many people ask us, why entire Oromia, after a provocative Addis Ababa integrated master plan, went into Oromia-wide protest and the rest of the country is completely silent. Can you see why, while peasants have common factors everywhere in Oromia and beyond, but only Oromia is protesting?
Yeah.
Can you relate it? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
DJ? DJ, and then Awol, and then yeah, three of you, and then we'll stop, and then maybe we'll take another session.
Yes, one more, and
One more?
yeah, and after that,
Yeah, I was just wondering, I don't know where you were in Oromia. I just came back from Ethiopia recently, and I've traveled here and there, and the struggle is in the front and center. There's no returning back. It's not necessarily against anybody else, it's just a refusal of being moved by an alien force. So, maybe you can comment on this. You said, this notion the peasants just didn't want to be oppressed by the Abyssinians and so on and so forth. But this is exclusively Oromo, a pan-Oromo movement, Those of us here in the West, it is have cleavages here and there relating to one another. But in Oromia, they have transcended this regional as well as clan-based identification, and it's Oromia-wide. That was my impression, but I don't know how you found when you were there.
We will answer the couple of questions, and then in the order that I named, we'll ask the questions and then come back, all right? The two questions. I think Cressida's answer is for all of us.
Yes.
yeah, I am not the best qualified to respond to this question, but that is one of my main questions, okay? Has the Gada traditional system played a role in the mobilization, the organization, the direction given to the unrest? Who has played a leading role as a local level? Spontaneous leaders coming from where? With which profile? And mobilizing on which grounds? Certainly the grounds are common and also locally different. But which ones? Unless we know that, we cannot really catch what is happening in Oromia now. So, now, how to clarify what is happening now in Oromia? A genocide, crime against humanity, etc. Okay. It's 100% sure that the ruling power has been completely surprised by the unrest in Oromia and has totally panicked. It has then reacted in a usual way, I would say as a reflex, okay? when some opposition emerge, then it must be hidden, crushed. Okay? At the same time, OPDO has dislocated itself. So the only force which could intervene in Oromia was the army and the security services. Okay? And in this phase, the main response of the authorities is the use of force. Even if in the long term, the response could be quite different. History shows us that the ruling power has always taken a very, very long time before fixing its policy when it faces a challenge. So now I think that to use the word genocide now is grossly exaggerated. Okay? I think that using the words crimes against humanity, I don't know. Crimes are committed, gross human rights violations are committed, but we must have a cold-blooded appreciation of what is happening now. Okay? By the way, we ignore a lot of things. People have disappeared. How much? People are jailed. How much? That we have only some, I would say, impressions, but we don't have a clear assessment. Now, a very, very interesting question. Why, when the peasants face the same problems in the different parts of Ethiopia, this intrusive authoritarian behavior of the ruling power, even at the local level, why the peasants didn't join the movement? I asked myself this question several times. I discussed, as I could, with non-Oromo people, okay? I got two types of response. The first one is, we fear the Oromos. What will happen? What will happen? They can become very, very strong. We don't know what could happen, and we fear. The main feeling was fear, okay? Even it was not clearly articulated, but fear. The second reply I got is the following. At the end of the 80s and at the beginning of the 90s, the OLF and the TPLF discussed together and decided the framework of the discussion, the constitution. And they decided it against the wishes of most of the Amaras. Okay? Now, this upsurge in Oromia is largely based on OLF grievances. So what is happening now in Oromia is not our affair. It's an affair between the TPLF and the OLF. That's the kind of reflections I got. Now, another question, why Oromia? What is happening now in Oromia, genocide? And yeah, I think I have responded to the questions.
What do you observe in Oromia when you travel is what I say up there?
No, I left Oromia at the beginning of the unrest. So I left Ethiopia at the beginning of the unrest. I know about the unrest in Oromia is what I read on the Oromo website or informations I got from people coming from Ethiopia. Myself, I haven't been in Oromia during the unrests.
Okay, as I say, Awol and Namarra and one more, Enoch, the three of you.
Thanks Rene for those very provocative talks. I wanted to make 2 points. One is a question on the and I wanted to challenge your claim that the conflict, the current crisis in Oromia is not merely an Oromo versus other groups, the government conflict, but it is also an intra-Oromo conflict. I think you arrived on that conclusion because you happen to speak to people on the ground who seem to see certain Oromos locally as aristocrats and therefore blameworthy. My question is, I don't exactly know what methods you used and what controls you had in terms of your research, but is that the only kind of conclusion that actually follows from speaking to people and who say that there are XYZ agents or business people locally who are aristocrats and therefore people are resentful against them as well? Is it, for example, possible that in every authoritarian regimes, governments use local people as agents to get whatever they want in the area? So, for example, the entire Oromo People Democratic Organization that architected that apparatus is not, these are Oromos, but it's not representative of the Oromo people, and most Oromos, certainly most protesters, are extremely resentful of these people. And that is sufficient basis to conclude that this is an Oromo or an intra-Oromo conflict. So that is one challenge for me that I want to hear what you think. The second is the point about genocide and why people resort to such very strong normative languages. For ordinary people on the street who go through this brutal treatments on a daily basis, these are languages that are available to them. They are normative in their nature, they are ethical framework, and people think that that sort of captures their pains and sufferings locally, although as a legal term of art.
Put it away like that.
Yeah.
Although as a legal, I have a cold, so my voice is also a bit dingy. As a legal term of art, they mean something different, but people use these languages to capture, explain their sufferings. But the point I wanted to make here is that people actually learned to use these languages from the government itself. The government that uses these languages to present itself as a victim of this serious allegation. So you mentioned, for example, the 2005 election. You remember that people who simply refused to get into parliament after the 2005 election were accused of genocide by the government. They were tried in court for inciting genocide. So this is essentially a technique that's used by the government itself to legitimize its own oppressive architectures. And I don't think ordinary people are to be blamed when the government uses that as a tool. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and my question is very precise. If I may recollect perfectly, one of the main deep-rooted ambition of Mandela's to implement developmental state model in Ethiopia is to create a dominant political party. But what we observe from the current unrest in Ethiopia, especially in your recent article, you alluded that the vacuity of the Opidio, the fact that they lack matter, the fact that they lack substance, is one of the root causes for this uprising. And on the other side, you alluded that there is polarization. There is no alternative from the opposition angles.
And do you really, could we conclude that the ambition of creating a single or a dominant political party in Ethiopia is a mere wish?
Is
What? Is what?
Is mere wish? Is it possible to really create a dominant political party in a landscape like Ethiopia?
It's
I will respond to this three questions first. I don't have fixed views about what is going on in Ethiopia, okay? I repeat that we should avoid to speculate, and that until qualified people will have done grassroots surveys, the proportion of the speculations in our assessment of the events will remain important. So your question about this internal Oromo dimension of the unrest, I cannot reply. I don't know if it's important or not important, if it's marginal or not marginal. I simply said that this is one issue which must go into, okay? It's almost sure that sort of provocative actions have been committed. That's, I would say, natural in this kind of condition. But I repeat, as long as we don't know what happened at the grassroots level, we don't know how important this intra-Oromo conflict are or are not. To which degree the Oromos have transcended their differences under the banner of their nationalism. That's possible, but that's also perhaps not possible. That's my position now. Okay? Regarding now vacuum of OPDO and to recreate. TPLF is now paying the fault it committed at the end of the 80s when OLF and TPLF didn't succeed to reach an agreement, and when the TP decided to create the OPDO. The OPDO never had a legitimacy in Oromia, or a very, very weak one, and now there is a complete vacuum. When I ask the question, how could be the grievances of the Oromo people channeled in a constructive way? That's exactly the same issue. Is it possible to find a way now to build an Oromo party which will endorse the main Oromo grievances, which will be considered as legitimate by the Oromo people, and are the other components of the EPRDF willing to give room to the emergence of this kind of party? Here lies for me exactly the red line. If the ruling power continue to maintain that the problems in Oromia are only based on questions of bad governance and unemployment, without tackling the question of the representativity of the Oromo in the federal system, we will be in a deadlock. I am convinced that at least part of the EPRDF leaders and also middle-level cadres realize that they cannot continue to ignore this problem, and that they must give room to this free expression, not only for the Oromos, but also for the Amara, okay? But I don't know precisely, and even not roughly, the balance of force between this two main wings inside the EPRDF.
How much time? 5 more minutes? Do you want to see a turn to Kabane? Yeah, do you want to see that opportunity, Kabane? You don't? Okay.
How about sharing?
Thank you, Rene. 3 very short questions. Number 1, I'm just asking the obvious question. Do you think that the existing regime has lost full legitimacy by any standard?
Has lost full?
Full legitimacy. By any standard. By the Oromo standard, and by its own standard, and by the Western standard. Number 1. Number 2, you asked what force is behind the Oromo process. What do you think? What is your thought? I mean, what do you think it is? I'm just asking you about that question.
What
Number
is
3,
about what?
do you believe that it's the right time that the Oromos should rule themselves at any? You can agree or disagree about federal or federation or anything, but ultimately, do you think that it's the right time that the Oromos should have their own say, their own final say over their own masses in the government?
While you take that microphone to Kabane.
Have your own? Yeah, because I don't have.
When you think of that, the idea has any legitimacy.
Yeah, okay.
That's one. The second is, what do you think that caused the unrest? And the third is it time for them to rule themselves?
Professor LaFour, we're very pleased to have you here, and we appreciate your coming to deliver keynote remarks and seriously, deeply engaging with the Oromo issue. That is something that we appreciate, and I think that your provocative, deep questions benefit this gathering and benefit this organization. You ask a very important question: has GADA played a role in mobilizing people? Are there spontaneous leaders organizing? If so, on which grounds? Unless we catch that, we can't understand what's going on in the Oromo situation. You also asked that, and pointed out that we need to understand what's happening at the grassroots. Now, there was a paper here on genocide, but there were also powerful papers on Oromo culture. Kue's paper went to the heart of the kind of cultural issues that mobilize the Oromo. And Anissa presented some of the deep values that even generated the Gada itself in its time. So I would answer that the spontaneous leaders are the musicians and the artists who raise Oromo culture to the consciousness and with whom that culture resonates across the country. If you take a close look at Oromo culture, within that culture, within those protest songs, are references to land as life, the inseparability of human beings from the land, from the water, from the trees, from the pollinators that give them life. And even though the protesters in some regions are not the direct victims of land grab, they realize that the incredible grievances that they have from historical times that they have borne and that have gotten heavier and heavier are not the end of it, that they could lose that connection with the land itself, and that causes people to rise. That culture is powerful, but we cannot get in to study that. The human rights people cannot get in. The journalists who want to go and examine what you have raised are not allowed in. So the appeal that I make to you is that a voice like yours and voices like many of the analysts and the students of Ethiopia raise their voices to allow this government to let people come in and to raise these very serious questions in order that the answer might be found. And I do appeal to you for that. I personally think that the answer is found in the culture and the power of the culture among the people. Thank you for being here.
What you ask for is logical, but I think it's unfortunately useless. I am sure that in the coming months we will get a lot of information about what happened. Two different formal and mainly informal channels. I know, for example, Oromo researchers in Addis Ababa or in other places of Oromia who could give me rooted in their own villages, who could give me very, very important input. But to imagine that it could be possible to launch a real research program in whole Oromia managed by research, organized and structured research teams, I doubt. I doubt, and I doubt that any kind of appeal in this regard will be completely will not give any result. Okay, so we must be patient. We must be clever, and in the coming months we will learn a lot about what happened in Oromia. The question was, has this regime lost its legitimacy? That's a very difficult question to reply. In Tigray, the TPLF is still considered as a legitimate party. That's absolutely sure. Okay, people are very critical of the TPLF, very critical of how the cadres behaved, very critical of a lot of things, but the TPLF remains their party. And their dream is that the TPLF will renew with its closeness with the people as during the armed struggle. Okay? In INDM, in Oromia or Amara region, that's completely different. But I think that the main legitimacy of the EPRDF now lies on the fact that the people are afraid that if the EPRDF crumbles, then the chaos will be total. The legitimacy of the EPLF relies on the fact that the EPRDF is considered as the only one who can still rule Ethiopia. And that's a fact. That's a hard fact, okay, which is, I think, widely shared in whole Ethiopia. Now your second question was, what causes the unrest that I have discussed this question, and the main question I ask, what really causes unrest? We have a full spectrum of factors, from going, in my view, from the pure ethno-nationalist grievances to the most concrete material local grievances. In this spectrum, where is the center of gravity? I don't know. And is it time for the Oromo to rule themselves? I can put the question in another way. Are the Oromo now able to build an organization which can rule Oromia? And is the rest of the APRDF ready to accept this kind of organization. It's always time to rule itself, oneself, always. But are the concrete conditions now in place to do it? I will advocate for being patient, for accepting a very gradual process, for taking into account the realities. Accept that the change cannot come in a couple of months, that it can come only step by successive compromises. That's the only way. That's the only way, because if the requests are too high, the EPRDF will not accept them. If the requests are too low, the EPRDF will not move. So the kind of balance must be found between these two extreme positions.
All right, that's good. I think we need always to be challenged, to be made uncomfortable. So thank you for making us uncomfortable. That also says, from President's question, also says that there is a lot of work for us to do. It is what I would say. That's what I almost say, right?
Which means?
The two eyes don't see each other. There's a bridge in between. So there is a lot of other things that we need to see. All right? There is a lot of things that we need to see. I can refer you to Asmaram, I guess, a second book on Oromo democracy, which actually says about how the Gada system could now be an Oromo democracy now. Okay, there is there, but for us, for all of us, this is what made us comfortable. There is a lot of work to do to reach out, to explain ourselves, like Bonnie did, like we do. Explain it to others, not to ourselves, but to others. So let's start that work out of here. Thank you very much for being here.
Ezekiel, it's more than that to explain to others. It's also to organize yourself, how to concretize this Gada system or democratic system. How do you call it? It's not very crucial, but the structures are missing.
Well, but maybe they're not visible. Well,
that's possible. I don't know.
There's work to do. Thank you.
Tokko, yeah. Tokko, lama tokko. Test mic 1.
student movement to national revolution. And this, he will tell us the causes, episodes, and the trajectories. Please welcome Professor Makria. Join me to say. As I said before, it's difficult for me again to introduce you, Dr. Zelalem, actually, because many of you know him. And even though it is not by, may I say spiritually? And he's endowed Oromo poet, I can say, and I can say that he's a penner of Oromo poets in Afan Oromo. Zelalem studied journalism and mass communication at Temple University. He worked for the Ministry of Agriculture in Ethiopia before he fled the country, and he published different pedagogical books that are actually, some of them are displayed here on the table in the conference. And the other one is, well, he has been actually publishing and is still publishing different poems in Afan Oromo, and which is, again, popular to you, which I don't have to mention. We'll say some of them. And you have actually tasted the flavor of his works last night, I think. And he has some more to tell us about this today. Well, one of the poems which catches me is Afan Oromo poem, when he tried to describe what Afan Oromo is meant for him. He described as Hunde Oromuma, Ittanan Walbara, Hundan Ittin Bara, Hundan Ittin Qora, Tokuman Ijara. Sanni jedhetu laphee kotonnoo ishee fudhatee jennaan kan keessaa fudhadhe. Today, he will tell us about humor, particularly Oromo humor. I cannot go into details how he can approach this. It's down to him. Please welcome Dr. Zelalem. Now, let me call upon Professor Makria.
Thank you very much, Gizau, for this introduction. I thank you, everybody, for coming to listen to me and to this OSA conference. I'm going to talk on the student movement that has emerged into a revolution. I'm talking about causes, episodes, and trajectories of the ongoing Oromo revolution. I am talking about student movement which starts, according to me, in 2000 with the forest fires which caused protest among Oromo students. But I'm not going to deal with that today. I'm not going to deal with so many episodes, so many events that even occurred after that. I'm going to focus on 2014. I call what is going on a revolution, and that is what I try to explain with this paper. An observer whose name I don't recollect commented once that we should not expect that respect for human rights may reign in Ethiopia and free the people from a system that has kept them mired in barbarity and oppression. He argued that vicious repression will continue and the Oromo will remain to be the main targets. Regrettably, he was right. The Oromo and the other peoples in Ethiopia are caught in a vicious circle of tyranny that is deeply rooted in a colonial conquest at the end of the 19th century. The tyranny has stirred popular uprisings in many places at different times. Hitherto, most of the uprisings have been suppressed, and the revolutions were hijacked or reversed. The revolution that overthrew Emperor Selassie in 1974 was hijacked by a military junta, which came in promising democracy, but delivered terror in abundance. The response to the military dictatorship was formation of half a dozen national liberation fronts. They waged struggle and to liberate their respective people from an empire which a British political scientist, Ernest Gardner, has called a prison house of nations. They had conducted their struggles for more than a decade and have defeated the military regime in 1991 and forced its leader, Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam, to flee to Zimbabwe. As we all know, the victorious fronts one of the victorious fronts was Oromo Liberation Front, the OLF. It formed a coalition government with TPLF and other groups, and formed the transitional government of Ethiopia. The charter on which the transitional government was formed was based, promised a change to change the prevailing political and social order and bring about fundamental changes in the political, social, and economic structure of Ethiopia. However, within a year, the revolution was hijacked and reversed, and a new dictatorship replaced an old one. This, thus, a pernicious form of a vicious circle which a German sociologist Michels categorized as an iron law of oligarchy was in full swing once again. The leaders of the TPLF-led regime repeated and intensified abuse of their predecessors. They put back the extractive economic and repressive political policies of the past regimes and practiced them with impunity, which is even worse than that of its predecessors. As a commentator I cited above said, the Oromo are affected severely by these policies. The reason the reason is simple. They occupy a territory that produces more than 60% of Ethiopia's gross national product. More than 80% of the coffee exported from Ethiopia is produced by Oromo peasants. Gold, platinum, tantalite, which play an important role in the Ethiopian economy today, are also extracted from the mines in Oromia. Therefore, the change that was promised by the 1991 Charter was reversed by a counter-revolution. A revolution can be aborted by a counter-revolution, but that does not mean always that there is no change had occurred, or the old system has remained in a pre-revolution state. Every aborted revolution plants some seeds of change, irrespective of how soon a counter-revolution occurs and reverses it. There are changes that a counter-revolution cannot reverse. A revolution is a process that creates cracks in the social, economic, and cultural, and social, psychological structures of the old system, and sows seeds of change in them. Therefore, once fractured, a non-democratic political system can seldom heal completely from the changes it had incurred and become fully functional as it was. With time, the residues of the disruptive change, which was the objective of the aborted revolution, often with a new set of activists, transforms into a new uprising that may lead to the completion of a change sought by the initial set of revolution activists. The present Oromo uprising is a result of such a process. It grew out of the seeds that fell on the space which was created by the aborted revolutions of the 1974 and the derailed transition promised by the 1991 Charter. Those seeds were cultivated by Oromo activists during the 41 years of struggle. One of the seeds of the change which the derailed Charter of 1991 has implanted was cultural and linguistic. The products of that change are a new generation of Oromo activists who have been challenging the Ethiopian regime during the last 15 years. Education with Afan Oromo as a medium of instruction has been the nourishment on which this new generation of Oromos have been raised. Therefore, they are called the Kube generation. Kube is a Latin script adapted by the Oromo sounds. Today, the Kube generation are at the forefront of the revolution. Their peaceful protest and the TPLF regime's response to them led to the present uprising, which I call a revolution. The main subject of this paper are the new set of actors and the revolution they have ignited through their contentious relationship with the Ethiopian regime. To be called a revolution, an uprising should mobilize a population for fundamental change. Uprisings can occur in a country in different places. Their causes may be similar, but they become revolutionary only when they occur simultaneously nationwide and are interconnected. The current student protest, of the last 15 years were a trajectory of events that culminated in a revolutionary situation in November 2015. The revolution was ignited by an event in Ginchi town on November 12, 2016. The event in Ginchi, as I will explain later, reactivated not only the protest against the master plan, but brought out all of the fundamental or accumulated grievances that were felt everywhere in Oromia against the Ethiopian regime. These are the events of the 1920 to 14 and a decisive shift in the attitude on a broad front. TPLF arrogance and the impunity, the heroism of Oromo youth, the Oromo wal Malay Frahin Kabu, international silence. This means the Oromo do not have friends except themselves. A shocking and liberating moment for the Oromo. The silence was a shocking moment for the Oromo. The symbol of Oromo's struggle for freedom was raised at that point. A lot has been said about said and was written about the events of 2014, particularly in Oromo media. I need not go into details. What I want to mention here are the factors that made the 2014 one of the most dramatic years and, in my view, a turning point in the Oromo struggle for freedom. The year will be remembered by the Oromo for both the tragedies they had incurred, the lessons they had learned, and the political awakening they experienced. The so-called Addis Ababa Master Plan dominated the event. The project is seen by the Oromo as a physical and psychological attack on them as a nation. The project will cover, as you know, 1.1 million hectares, and it will displace millions of Oromos. The master plan was expanding already before 2014. What was going to happen is the division of the Oromo country into two, or the Palestinization of Oromia is evident in this. The political implication is easy to comprehend. The project not only violates Oromo sovereignty, but also poses a moral threat to Oromo nationhood. In fact, that is our master plan, as you know. It has displaced over 30,000 households. This was already given by one of the ministers who was working with the regime and was defected. And it has, incorporated into Addis Ababa by 2014, 50,000 hectares. Although the eviction of the Oromo from Finfinne has taken place before, the 2014 or the master plan was failed because it came into mass media. It came into mass media by a meeting held in Adama by the OPDO. And what made that into an explosive event was the way the TPLF official who was at the meeting was addressing the Oromo, the OPDO members. So it was an awakening to reality and decisive shift that happened in Oromo attitude. Exposed by social media, the brutality with which the police and armed forces cracked on peaceful demonstration, which came after that was announced, awakened the Oromo not only at home but internationally. The symbol of Oromo's struggle for freedom was raised. Okay. Well, the Oromia that the Oromo want is in this shape, not divided by a region that is going to be cut out and populated by a different people, or a culture that is different from the Oromo culture, a language which is different and which is like in Addis Ababa today. The symbol of Oromo struggle was raised. By the way, already these are the farmers who were displaced before, evicted before the 2014. This was what was happening before that. And then the other thing that awakened the Oromo is the silence, the international silence. What people said then is Oromo Walmale Frank Abdua Safa said before, and the Oromo now came to make their own decisions. That did not panic them. That they were not. They didn't go into apathy. Now they started to unite for a struggle. In my view, the silence of the international community has been particularly an awakening factor. It kills the Oromo belief that the international community's readiness to condemn injustice wherever and whenever it occurs is not true. Many came to the conclusion that the solution for the Oromo predicament depends on the resilience of resilience of their own moral courage and organizational strength. The Oromo are not the first people who have experienced that. We know that from others, particularly from South Africa, Palestine, but that changed through their own struggle later on. The TPLF decision to continue with implementation of the master plan caused the uprising in Ginchi. What happened in Ginchi was three things are happening simultaneously. One, the forest, the Chilimo forest is leased to a private company. The land was going to be, released to developers, and the people were also attacked when they made a demonstration against that. That came into mass media. Now mass media plays the greatest role. What Rene was saying before is, what was missing in his speech perhaps is this one. People were informed about what is happening everywhere in Oromia. Everywhere in Oromia, people knew what happened in Ginchi. And what happened in Ginchi was happening to them too. So this stirred the people all over the place. The students, of course, have communication. There is an organized communication. Again, technology has changed the way we do things. Okay. Technology has changed that, and today, if people are demonstrating in Moyale, they demonstrated also in Asosa, they demonstrate, in Mandi, they demonstrate in Ambo, in Nakamte, in Jimma, all over the place. These demonstrations take place. This is, for example, from Mandi in the West. Students, as you have seen, they have been demonstrating for a long time, and now school children are also demonstrating in their thousands. As you see, there are about 6.3 million grade school children in Oromia today. These are potential revolutionaries. And there are, if I look at this one, I don't see that. No. In grade school, there are about 600,000, high school, there are about 600,000 students. These are potential revolutionaries, or they are already revolutionaries. There are about 240,000 or more students at the university level. These are also demonstrating. We have over 7 million young people who are ready to carry on the struggle. And the struggle they are aiming at, the objective they are aiming at is what the Oromo symbol, the Oromo flag represents. That is liberation of Oromia, according to the children. This is taken from the OLF, the elder program. And then what they are doing now is make Oromia ungovernable. And these are roadblocks in many places. Okay, I'm finishing. Roadblocks. People, even government employees protesting. The flag. Before in 2014, it is in the diaspora that these flags were carried around, are shown in public in large numbers. Those people who didn't even like the flag before, who were not attached to the movement, came carrying the flag. And that flag became a symbol of Oromo resistance. And that has continued, and at home today, the flag is being used everywhere. And lastly, in London, last time, this guy who ran the half marathon, was that in Manchester? Yeah, he came running with that. That has never happened. Also, more than 95% of the athletes who win gold medals in all these international Olympics and other athletic meetings, they are Oromo. Now this guy said, let me also do my part, and he came with that. This is a big, for me, this is a symbol. People have taken a different attitude to the politics in Ethiopia, to their, place in Ethiopian politics, their place in the Ethiopian, state. This shows a different political line than what, is being discussed on the Ethiopian mass media, the Ethiopian, intellectual debate in Ethiopian politics, and even people who think Ethiopia is the only Ethiopia. We are going to have, this is another one, this is peaceful, and this is burials that turn into demonstrations. People are being killed, and like in South Africa before, like in the Intifada movement in Palestine, they turn the death and the burial of person into a demonstration, into making point. We are not going to be cowed. We are not going to keep silent. They are demonstrating to, stop plunder of Oromo resources. Oromia is contributing a lot to Ethiopia, but what we don't know is how much resource Oromia has. It's now coming out. Gold, for example, Okote mine, which Al-Moody is trying to extract. As it is now, what people know is worth $5 billion US. It is one of the biggest gold mines that are found elsewhere in the world. One of the biggest gold mines that are known.
Right. So can you conclude that?
Huh?
Can you just?
Yeah. I'm concluding. Okay. Thank you very much. What I am saying is, what the Oromo are doing is, the Oromo students have taken what the OLF has started with in 1970s, and they have owned now the movement. They are, have the program as it is with them, and we don't know who is going to lead and where this is going to end. But they are determined to carry, forward the struggle that they are embarked on. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor. Sorry to put you in pressure, but time is pressure on me, that's why. So, please, Dr. Durán.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So do you need everything? Or is that my...
Ishee kanarraa fuutaa. Maqaan qabu.
Picture duwwaa jira.
Picture isaa isa kameree.
Picture barbaadda moo?
Qabxiilee muraasa qosaaf. Kana qosaaf. Yeah. No. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Obo Gzau. I am going to make a little, a very fast correction and some kind of a little announcement. If you want to be a doctor, please try to be a poet. Because I have never been a doctor, I don't know who gave it to me, but they call me Dr. Galala. The first time I saw it was on Dr. Truman's magazine. I translated one Oromo folk literature to English. It was published, and then it appeared with the name Dr. Zalalam. Ever since that time, I have been fighting and telling to every media I approached that I'm not a doctor, please. Okay, thank you so much. Everything, politics, economics, social issues have just been seriously discussed. Now it is time to discuss seriously about humor, especially Oromo humor. During the last 4 months, we have seen a lot of cartoons on Facebooks dealing with this Oromo protests, Oromo struggle. So gradually, humor is creeping into our political arena. Humor is the power of the coward, if you know what I mean. When we are afraid to say something directly, we put it into humor or into the comic. And I am sorry also to announce that my presentation is going to be in Afaan Oromo. If it is going to be published, I hope I am going to translate it into English. Waan an jedhe dhageessaniitu natti fakkaata. Qabxilee muraasan qoosaa fi qoosaa Oromoo irratti dubbachuu barbaada. Mammaaksa kana lamaaniin an jalqaba. Yeroon kolfaan dabarsanii yeroo waaqa wajjin dabarsanii jedhu warra Jaappaaniiti. Akkuma qaamaaf saamunaan jiru lubbuuf immoo qoosaatu jira jedhu warri jiru immoo. Maaliin faayidaa qabaa qoosaan? Bu'aa qabaa? Maaf dadhabna? Yoo jenne kunuutu bu'aa qaba. Warri health professionalii ta'an yookaan immoo warri karaa fayyaa namaadhaa hojjetanii akka kanatti lafa kaa'u qoosaan bu'aa inni qabu. Qaamaaf aggattuu dhukkubaa ol kaasaa jedha. Aggattuu diffeensa jechuu kooti. Hantuutoo bashannansiisaa jechaa jedhu. Ammas leechaa kooti hantuutoo yeroo jedhu. Sodaa fi bibirdhachuu salphisaa jedha. Dhukkuba onnee ittisaa jedha. Mirqoo dadhabbii yookaan istireesii hir'isaa jedha. Sammuuf immoo gammachuuf bashannana jireenyatti eda'a. Dhukkubbii obsisiisaa, dhiphuu fi dadhabbii obbaafachiisa. Faara yookaan muudii fooyyessaa. Dandamina nan'aa ol kaasaa jedha. Hawaasaafoo hariiroo cimseedha. Namoota gidduutti hariiroo dhalachuuf malee isa wal sodaatanii garaagara faffagaatan kan akka walitti dhufan godhaa. Akka wal amanan godhaa. Kaan nutti hawwataa'edha. Yoo kolfaa jirra ta'e namni alaa nu ilaalu jarreen kun waa gammadaa jiran jedhanii nutti dabalamoo kechaati. nun sodaatan yoo nyaara guuraa jirre garuu eekkamaa jira namichi kun jiranii akka nurraa baqachuu ta'u kechaati. Hojjaa garsuu yookaan tiimworkii guddiseedha. Kanaaf warri keenya daboo jaallatu daboo irratti sirba dhageenya wal duukaa hojjechuu jira. Yeroo qoosaan jirus walitti namni dhufee daboo wal duukaa hojjechuu danda'a jechaadha. Tokkummaa garsuu ol kaasaadha. Lola furee nagaa buusa yookaan nageessaadha. Isaan kun hundumtuu karaa hawaasaa, karaa nam-tokkee akkasittiin ilaaluu dandeenya jechaadha. Inni taanu qoosaan fakkeenyaaf mana deessuutti maal akka fakkaatudha. Oromoon qoosaa qabaa yeroo inni eeyyee qaba. Kanuma jiranii gaafachuun mataan isaa qoosaadha. Maaliif saba tokko ta'ee aadaa tokko ta'ee kan qoosaa dhabe hin jiru. Qoosaan iddoo baay'eetti hiramaa booddeetti deebina. Yoo ilaalle fakkeenyaa fi qoosaa balaqqamaa waan jedhamu jira. Maa jechaadha. Asirraa nan darbe natti fakkaata malee isaan kana fuuldura wanti dhufuuf maleetu jira. Innis seenaa keessatti qoosaan maal akka fakkaachaa turedha. Yeroo hiramu sabni hundumtuu qoosaadhaaf waaqa qaba ture. Adda addummaa fakkeenyaaf sabni keeltii jedhamu waaqa mataa isaa qaba ture. Warri Jaappaanii waaqa mataa isaanii qabu turanii. Warri Ijiptii yookaan Keemee durii qoosaa iddoo shanatti hiraniitu isa qoosaa shanan sana keessaa tokko qoosaa balaqqamaaf boolii jedhu turan. Inni kaani slaapstiikii ta'uu danda'a, inni kaani sataayirii ta'uu danda'a, akkasittiin adeema. Warra Keemeetii kana wajjin walitti hidhannaa qabna jedhanii warri nuyi walitti hidhannu kun maa inni qoosaan isaanii inni jedhu tokko qoosaasa balaqqamaa fi booliisa jedhu kanadha. Fakkeenyaaf mana deessuutti eega dubartoonni marqaa nyaatanii maaramii weeddisanii booddee akkas jedhanii wal aarsu. Odo waalluu naddii, obo waalluu naddii, cooree waalluu tagdeedhu fakkeenyaaf waan kana wajjin wal qabatudha. Maa inni kun yoo jennee fudhanne isa warri qabbaneen asirratti yaadanaa kennuu dandeessi warra Ameerikaanii roost koomeedii jedhanidha. Qoosaadhaan wal waaduu jechaadha. Roost koomeediin kun nu biraa gojjallaa sanaa asii ol ka'a lafa abiddaatti asii ol jalqaba lafa inni dhaqin hin jiru achi mana cidhaa dhaqaa achi dubartoota deessuu bira dhaqaa achi lafa tikaa dhaqaa lafa adamooti nu duukaa guddata hamma buttaa ga'utti iyyuu roost koomeediin nu duukaa deemaa jechaadha. Kanaafan kan achirraa jalqaba. Gara biraan qoosaan inni amma kan isinitti hime qoosaa balaqqamaa fi wannee dhukuni eessatti gara biraa kan arginu sirba durbaa keessatti. Yeroo sirba hamaamotaa jechaadha. Yeroo soddaa isa dhufu arrabsitu. Asirraa dubbisuu dandeessu. Yoo sareen gamanaa dutte, yoo sareen gamasii dutte, soddichoo silaa dabeessa, gadi kaatee cufaa jabeessa, ol kaatee haadhattu deessa, albaatiin ciccaa balleessa, fincaaniin daaraa basseessa, haa cabu dhiira shan keessaa ari'aa asii balleessa.
Nagama. Kana kiri.
Yaa. Fakkeenya isinii kennaa jira jechaadha. Kuni roost koomeedii isa warri Ameerikaanii jedhan sanadha. Wanti obboon nyaatuu qamadiif xaafii shanqulleessanii abbeeyaa gurbaa waan ati nyaattu daagujjaaf daaphoo hin bulleessanii hin qulleessanii kunuu daaphoodhaa kunuu kaakkoodhaa yaalma killisii kana dillisii caakkaa dhiphisii soddaadhaan kana jedhu. Kuni isa nama isinitti meessanadha. Roost koomeedii isa jedhu sanatti hidhata wanta qabudha. Egaan qoosaan seenaa keessatti maal fakkaata ture yoo jenne iddoon guddaan hin kennamneef maaliif iddoon guddaan hin kennamneef yoo jenne meeshaa isa dadhabeeti, meeshaa isa cunqurfameeti, meeshaa isa iyyoomeeti. Kanaafi qoosaan akka seenaa keessatti iddoon arganne godhamaa ture jechaadha. Amma fakkeenyaaf namichi Joon Mooreel jedhamu tokko the rejection of humor in Western thought, wanta moggaafame kitaaba moggaafame keessatti akka kanaa jedha. I began studying humor in a scholarly way a decade ago because I thought it was an important part of human life, which had been neglected in the academic world. But as I worked through the writings of Western thinkers on humor, I came to a more troubling conclusion that they have not simply neglected humor, but it, in most cases, rejected totally. Egaan maaliif kun akkas ta'e wenne jabana Plaatoo fa Aristootel fa irraa jalqaba. Plaatooni qoosaan hartuma isaa meeshaa warra hiyyeessaa jaatee warra mootii biratti kun fudhatama qabaachuun qabu jedha ture. Warri isatti Plaatoo ta'anii dhufan Aristootelis akkasumatti hin fudhata ture. Isaanitti warri aansanii dhufan warra Stoiksis akkasumatti hin fudhataniitu booddee amantee kiristaanaa warra hordofuuf bu'uura ta'e. Bu'uurri sun achirraa jalqabee jechaadha. Yeroo achirraa jalqabu warri kiristaanaas kolfuun dhowwaadhaa jedhan. Hin kolfamuu jedhan. Hin qoosamuu jedhan. Waaqa isinitti agarsiisu. Abbaan koo arba kaballaadhaan kuffisaa yoon jedhe dubbadhe akkamittiin kana dubbachuu qaba. Nyaara guuree dheekame abbaan koo kaballaadhaan arba kuffisaa hin jedha. Hin fudhattu moo fudhattan? Yoon kolfaa dubbadde garuu hin qoosanaan jedhu. Yoon garuu jedhee dubbadde na dha'innaa laateettanii dhugaadha arbii kee abbaan kee arba kaballaan ajjeesanaan jettu akka jechaadha. Egaan hanga bar 1880ffaatti jechinni humor jedhamu kuni qabiyyee yookiin hiika amma qabu kanaanu asuun baane. Dhowwaa ture jechaadha. Barroon yeroo jalqabaatiif mata duree kana irratti barreeffame nama biyya Faransaay beekaa Henry Bergson jedhamuuni bara 1859 amma 1941tti nama jiraateen ture. Plato, Hobbes, Kant barreeffama kaan keessatti waa'ee qoosaa bo'oo muraasa kaa'an malee qoosaan maal akka ta'e keessa lixanii xinxaluu yookaan hubachuu hin barbaanne. Bo'oon xixinnoo isheen sutamte suniyyuu qoosaa wanta abaaru ture jechaadha. Akka fakkeenyaaf standard encyclopedia philosophy jedhutti kun asirraa dubbisuu dandeessu ammas qoosaa irratti maal takka yaadamaa ture wanta agarsiisudha jechaadha. Ijaan jarjaru dhiifamanaa godhaa isaan kun kanas ta'an nagaadhaaf mini. Barroo Homer keessatti fakkeenyaaf inni waaqonni bara sanaa kolfaan gurri wanni godhan isa jedhu sana Plaatoon hin fudhatu. Kanaaf maal jedha? Kan waaqaa haafuudha. Namni tokko yoo nama guddaa ulfaataa tokko kolfaan booji'uun isaallee nutti agarsiisu yaalii harkatti diduu malaa'edha. Kolfamuun hin jiru jechaadha. Hiyyeessa fuuldura dhaabbatanii kolfuun dhowwaadha jechaadha. Taken generally, the ridiculous is a certain kind of evil, specifically a vice jedha tureedhaan. Egaan duula akkasiitu ture jechaadha qoosaa irratti. Hammana yooni seenaa qoosaatiif jedhe akkuma kun argitanii isaan kunis sarumadha. Kanarraa wanti haaraan hin jiru jajjabeessaadhuma deebuudha. Boodana irratti gaanii gara dhumaatti maa inni barsiistuun biyya Norway Ingvild S. Gilhus jedhamtu barroo ishee Laughing Gods, Weeping Virgins, Laughter in the History of Religion jedhamu fuula 66 keessatti akkas jetti. Whether in the East or the West, the learned men of early church such as Ambrose, Jerome, Basil, Pseudo Kipron, and John Chrysostom are unanimous in their hostility toward laughter. Yet, again, karaa amantii kiristaanaa ufranne kana fakkaata ture jechaadha. Namichi inni monasterii Western Christianity keessatti beekamu tokko kitaaba guddaa tokko barreessee ture. 12 Step Guides to Humility jedhame keessatti qabxilee lama warra monokseetiif kaa'ee ture. Qabxileen lamaan sun abboommii yookaan lallaba kolfa dhowwuu irratti ba'anidha. The 10th degree of humility is when a monk is not easily moved and quick for laughter, for it is written, the fool exasperates Could somebody help me with this word, what it means, please? I couldn't find it on the dictionary. Okay.
It's an anachronism.
Okay. Sorry?
It's an anachronism. It's defunct. It's old.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Ega kuno kanafi adabbi yujra ture warri monoksee kolfanii adabamu turani kanaaf isa dhiisneeti fakkeenyaa fi humni masaa maalinni isa jedhu qoosaan maalidha wenne fakkeenyaa fi kitaaba Inspector General jedhamu Nikolai Gogol barreesse doo'insaa hundumtuu ilaale mootii yeroo sanaa Nikolai First jedhamu ilaaleeti doo'ii bayeessaa jedhe hunduu qooda isaa argateera caalaattu ani jedhe. Well, what a play. Everybody caught it, most of all me. Because Inspector General in comedy, satire, hammanan jedhamne jiruu bara sana Russia keessatti godhamaa ture iyyeessarratti wanta dabamaa ture sana saaxila baasa ture jechaadha. Kanaaf ilaaleeti akkas jedhee jechaadha. Kanaaf mee kanarraan dhiisnee qoosaan tiyoorii qabaa yoo inni sadan tokko tiyoorii sadan tokko qaba. Superiority theory, the relief theory, the incongruity theory dha. Isaan kana dubbachuunsa taanii na eegu eessaa akka isaan dhufan barbaadaati isin ilaaluu yaalaa maqaa maqaasaa qabadhaati. Garuu fakkeenyaaf inni tokko incongruity inni jedhamu waan akka waliin unuun dandeenye yeroo hojjetamu yeroo arginu kofal lammatuun biddeen cabsee afaan kootti geessuu dhiisee gurra kootti akkas godhe in kofaltu jechaadha. Incongruity jechuun isadha. Relief inni jedhamu tokko immoo fakkeenyaaf yeroo ro'oo raasanii fakkeenyaaf yeroo ro'oo baay'isanii raasanii moolikuuliin achi keessatti ijaarame suni dayyaasuu ga'a miti. Xiiffee wanta jedhan tokkotu mataa isheerra jira ro'oo saraasan irraa yeroo isheerraa buqqisan hafuura baafataa jechaadha. Hawaasis akkasumadha. Politikaan kun ekonomiin kun maaloon kun rigaa dayya'uu gaa hin boqoqa. Isinii galee dubbinsa yoo xinnoo ishee karaan hafuura baafatan hin jiraanne hawaasi suni samma Oromoon irra jiru irra gaa jechaadha. Okay. Inni gara biraan superiority theory inni jedhamu isa tuffatanii namatti kolfan jechaadha. Nama ilaalanii tuffachuu jedhanii irratti kolfan sun inni superiority ilaaluu dandeessu iddoo kaan itti maqaa maqaasaa qabadhaati irratti yoo interestii argatan wanneedha. Maddi qoosaa keenyaa eessa isa jedhuuf Salamoon Dheeressaa fakkeenyaaf akkas jedhee deebisa xalayaanaaf barreessa irratti. Oromo a language that over its millennial existence in the Horn of Africa has produced and continues to produce significant, epic, heroic, ribald, elegiac, amorous, and mystical poetry, as well as rowdy limericks, rambunctious, erotic couplets, and superbly bawdy quarantines. Isaan kana tokko tokko isaaniitii fi fakkeenya kennuun hin danda'ama. Qabayyuuti immoo kun addanaa. Garuu maa inni akkuma isinitti hima. Egaa fakkeenyaaf qoosaa saal qunnamtii yeroo inni maayichaa keenyaan qomoo tokkodha kun saba baay'ee keessa jira. Fakkeenya kanan isinii kenna tokkitti dhiifama. Abbaa manaaf haadha manaatti gamaaf gamana taa'aniiti jaartiin dhukkubsattanii turan haati manaa. Akkuma fedhettuu kaa'aniiti biddeen toshuu fi afaan kaa'uuf ka'onnaa abiddatu qaqqaammatanii abbaan manaa kunnan isaa ho'eetu daaraa keessa gadi bu'eedhan. Jennaan haati malaa maali warra keenyaa fayyitee naman taatu jettanii daaraa keessa keessanii jennaan anoo si dhukkuba jedheni malee ka'ee waa si barbaadu reenan waan qoricha ta'u beekuu jetteeran. Kuni qoosaa karaa saal qunnamnitti kan kana caalu jiru inni Salamoon asirratti gubbaa kanarra kaa'e kuni bifa kanaan yoo fudhanne baay'ee jiru sirba keenya holoo keenya yoo fudhannee ilaalle mana cidhaa ijoolleen durbaa fakkeenyaa fi abbaaf haadha kaleessa ol jetteen ilaalle fuulduratti inni isheen jettu sun hundumtu wanta hidhata saal qunnamtii wajjin qabudha. Kanarraan darbee walaloodhaan geerarsaan mammaaksaan weedduu cidhaan weedduu da'umsaatiin holoodhaan ammatuun holoo asitti jedhe lamaan tokko maal obbo Zalaalamatti ijaarsa mitiin an jettu. Ani immoo lakkii ani ijaarsa miti ijaarsisa hoolaatissu ani isa hoomaa jigsuun isiniin jedha jechaadha. Afoolaaniin dhiyaata walaloon qomoo adda addaa qaba Oromoo keessatti jechuufan kana jedha. Mammaaksaan fakkeenyaaf yoo fudhanne hiddi ka'ee hiddan beeku ijoollee garaagara naa eegaa jette jaartiin. Isa jedhan beektu? Isiniin galle miti? Ani immoo jookii namaa fi kun jibba. Gara biraan fakkeenyaaf si'achi nama taa'aa jedhe namichi amaatii fuulduratti dhuufeedhan. Qoosaadha kun garuu mammaaksa ergaa qaba. Waa kaa'uun hin badu jette jaartiin durbummaan hafteedhan. Kun qoosaadha garuu ergaa hammana hin jedhamne qaba. Egaan bifa mammaaksaatiin isa dhiyaatudha kun jechaan bifa geerarsaatiin hin dhiyaatu. Ijoolleen abidda bira taa'anii yeroo utuu biddeen hin qaqqabiniin fuuldura wanta mari'atan qabu. Ka'ee adamoo deemnaa jiru ijoolleen dhiira lama. Inni tokko anoon deemaa jedha inni tokko hin deemu jedha. Inni tokko akka waan ajjeese galeetti geerara fakkeenyaaf maal jedha isinitti fakkaate abbaa bookaa gadhitti mana kee boroo taa'ii gaayyaa kee huuffee kaayan illee ajjeese hin galee kan hin ajjeesettiyyuu qurquraa gumbii jalaa. Tullu abiddaa gamatti dhagaa daakuu jalatti boojjitoo masas godheen adda isaa basa godhee jedha. Amma maa inni kuni warra geeraru warra guguddaa dhagaaniiru jechaadha. Diraamaa sana sii gadi butanii abidda biratti isaan immoo ishee kanatti godhatu jechaadha. Wanti kun achitti nafu. Booddee lafa adamoo dhaqa. Naa tokko tokko fakkeenyaaf booyyeedhuma waraanee ajjeesee fokkora. Isa akkas jedhu sanaan achumatti waa bixxiluuf. Achumatti kanaafi okay dhumeera jedhanii maalan godha gaa asuma irratti hin dhaabaa hedduu galatoomaan dhaggeeffatu qaba.
Lalaaleen nu kofalchiisee na kofalchiisee baay'ee sa'aatii naaf qabachuu barbaade.
Okay. Kut. Eessatti keessa?
Tole, naaf qabachuu barbaade akkuma fedhe ta'ee nu birraa well, actually, I think you can understand what he meant by humor and try to trace it back to the classical philosophies and how it is related to the Oromo humor. And at the same time, he just provided some theoretical backgrounds. It's not just a humor that he made it for laughing, actually, but he tried to make it some theoretical backgrounds, which is actually an academic approach. Thank you very much. Not only academic approach, pragmatically, at the same time, he put it in a practical way, how it works in Oromo culture context. Thank you very much. Now we have only 8 minutes, and I'll just say only 2 questions, because most of the presentation is somehow what you know, in some cases. But it is not only because we know it, but we need to substantiate it by discussion. So, 2 questions, please. Okay.
Do you have a microphone?
No, microphone.
First of all, I must apologise to Abu Talal for being called inappropriately being called a doctor for so long. I understand it's all my fault. I do apologise. How do you think humour can be used as a revolutionary tool in Ethiopia? How can we in the diaspora help Oromo in Oromia using humour as a weapon?
Thank you. At the back, please. Mike, there.
My question is just for both panelists.
Full category.
Sorry. Okay. My question is for both panelists regarding Afan Oromo. We know that Afan Oromo has made a really an immense progress over the last 25 years. I just want to know your view on whether it is really just a rhetoric or it is going to be a federal language, working language in Ethiopia. As you know, there is no else in the world that a national government denied or rejected or refused to speak the language of the majority of its people. What's your view on the future of Afan Oromo as a federal language? Thank you.
Thank you. Our regional staff over there, Colonel. You, yeah.
Well, I have to ask Professor Mokra about the silence of the international community you just indicated in your presentation. You almost gave a chapter about the international community silence about the suffering of the Oromo. And I actually have a different opinion on this issue, especially on the current protest. I have seen an unprecedented outpouring of international community support, which starts from the European Union, goes to the US government, and well, say it's a UN expert's opinion. So, how would you reconcile your point with those parties? I mean, is it also wise to say or conclude Oromon of Malay one kablu and Jatukuni Hamun can come to Lepasan or Ashima Chapter to Yuchu Rabuak Amo, Silauman Kamu Kanatura Gafi, think about Maliki, Yo Kanajene, Silvayu, Baye, Jabina, Wanakas, Makani, Lamatamu, how must have you? Fragment of Nafra, Baye, Motor, one move of Fakada, Akasabat move, Fragora, Rakim, one Fakada, Falis Amaljetan. Oromon of Malay one of military, Falis Hauman, a committee for a bike to the day. I'm why most of the Jolete, your own high school, you pass in Makanta go, Namahara by against a number, now Oromon can is to go. To Frozen, Namote generation of his front, Frozen and More, Sanaboda Chimut Abba. Sila, Rokola Mafiantis, Mola Mafranitis, Mola Mafranatis, Namun Hakara, and Romontan from Romovai and the dance on it. Hama kan ini cuma balik, wahai bozalalam, bukan dokter zalalam, balik. Anis bil-bilin terbatas dia pernah kan ada lima protokol ini, bukan dia dokter zalalam yang orang bisu, kan nanti su deka balik itu. Waktu itu dah gak sama dokter zalalam, jadi warna, wajib dokter rumah kita tu jenis. Amma kana bode namuta amasisu dokter rumah tawi itu ke sana namuta amasisu namora ishi mujatan kana fil paisa dan tokon publishi go tadi makin itu berarti boleh jadi to just point the last point you guys said one time the kosa freedom of expression why kana mali and movie my fans why nanilala biar orang itu ture, wanita lagi dokumen ini, namni kosa makoha apa guys? Tarat baris berkata, bayar berkata, kosa kan itu jadi itu asa gubernur kisah saja. Pakainya betul ketuaan lagi itu seperti movie, kabar itu kabarnya wali hero berarti mana mau mana jauh pakainya kondominium jadi nama saling persen segala nama saling sekali. Malah jadi kosa ada yang itu kan bed jadi berno. Condominium din ये तो exaggerate ना
ada yang enggak
enggak ini
ada isa kan
Jawa Barat ke bahasa oh David
just brief comment
okay
Anillee doktorummaa sanis siidee barbaada. Walaloo amma waggaa agarree walaloo ijoolleen lataa qaree haa taatu ijoolleen hunda baatu waggaa agarree influensiin hojii keetii dhiqame. Kanaaf gara tumsii jechuun barbaada. Dhaloonni kun walaloo sirna qabu odoo hidda Oromoo irraa fagaatiin qabatee bahuudhaaf shoorri ani taphadhe. Maaliif namni ta'e walaloo mana roobsisee barreessuu danda'a. Garuu akka aadaa akka warri keenya irraa kan walaloo dur irraa eegalee sanii fi dhaloota kanaa fi dhaloota durii wal qabsiisuu irratti shoorri keenya kan ture. Gaaffii ani qabu gara afur Oromoo keessattuu gama walaloo Oromootiin waggoota digdamii ol amma afaan keenya irratti eegalee shan kana keessatti dagaagina walaloo Oromoo akkamitti madaala? Wanti hanqate maali? Wanti argamaa argame maali? Wanti akkatti wanti dabalamuu qabu maali? Kanarratti soorata akka alamu jettee.
So, you can reflect.
Yeah, well, I have a direct question. He was asking me whether I was minimizing the support or the attention the international community has given to the current Oromo movement and the current atrocities being committed against the Oromo peaceful demonstrators. In fact, I'm referring to 2014. Kerry was in Addis, in Finfinne, when the massacre in Ambo was taking place. The African Union is in Finfinne. All these embassies, even a lot of journalists were there at that time. They didn't say anything. There were two Peace Corps volunteers in Ambo who fled from Ambo, came to Finfinne, and they were told even not to, spread the information or what they saw in Ambo. That is what I'm referring to. And then the Oromo rose up. That gave them, this Oromo wal marefra hinkabdu. The Oromo do not have friends. They are just by themselves. This was, in fact, the same thing happened in South Africa back in the 1970s, where, the South African student movement said, black man, you have yourself. And then, they developed on that. But they started to move and they got support from international. The Oromo are getting to the internationally a big support. But they have not done anything concrete yet. The European Parliament has passed a resolution. That is good, but that has to be practiced to give any effect. So still, business is as usual with the Ethiopian government. The Oromo have to continue with their struggle, and they have said, they have vowed they are going to do that. Will be heard more, even here, when they struggle out there. So that is what I'm referring to, not the present situation. We have caught a lot of attention, even we in the diaspora.
Okay, I'll try to answer your question, and let me just quote Anthony Erlof Shaftesbury. I hope you have heard about him, your fellow countryman. And he says he's one of the generators of this theory of humor. I think it is incongruity or something. But he says like this: and thus the natural free spirits of ingenious men, if imprisoned and controlled, will find out their ways of motion to relieve themselves in their constraints, and whether it is burlesque, mimicry, or buffoonery, they will be glad at any rate to vent themselves and be revenged on their constraints. And then again, if men are forbid to speak their minds seriously on certain subjects, they will do it ironically. if they are forbidden to speak at all upon such subjects, or if they find it really dangerous to do so, they will then redouble their disguise, involve themselves in mysteriousness, and talk so as hardly to be understood, or at least not plainly interpreted by those who are disposed to do them of a mischief. So I think when we are suffocating a society, when we are not allowing them to speak, to express themselves, what he says is true, and what is also happening there in Oromia is true. But how are we going to funnel this thing into a really more strong, powerful object of a struggle? Depends on the place and the time, I think. For instance, we have used a lot of cartoons in the last 4 months. In Ethiopia, always when there is a struggle, there is a comedy, some kind of a humor always coming, jokes are coming. I remember during the dark time, there were jokes, but you know what? They are collecting them. Up in the upper echelon of the government, they were asking, what did they say? How are the people expressing themselves? So that means they are just being attended to, they are hearing them. So it depends how many people in the sphere of arts do we have. Cartoonists, writers, playwrights, and critics. I think that might answer your question.
Yeah.
The other thing is the Oromo language going to be the language of the federal state, and Professor McRae?
Yeah, well, you know, there are few countries where 2 languages are national language, or national languages. Doesn't really work very well. Finland has one, I don't know if it works very well. That the Oromo language becomes a federal language as a policy, yes, one can do that. But practically, it may not really work very well for the Oromo. Because the question is, why should the Afar, the Somali, and the others learn the Oromo language, if that is a national language? Or does that mean that the national language will work, Oromo, the Oromo language, as a national language, in Oromia and in Finland only? I don't know how that is going to be practiced. Secondly, it will be a West, you know, people individually can learn many languages. But for the Oromo to invest on Amharic now, instead of investing, you know, what resource they have on their own language and develop it, as a second language, everybody has to learn it. And the Oromo who have learned it now, you know, or went to school in Afan Oromo, have to learn Amharic. It's going to, you know, make a lot of problems. I don't know how those people who think this will work are going to practice this. I have to look at the policy, you know, at the practical, detailed practical ways of implementing that kind of policy. That is a problem.
Well, actually, this is a cross-cutting question which may not be directly related to the panelists. It could be discussed in other...
No, it's a political.
Yeah, it's political, of course. Well, there is one more question which was not answered from George.
Jalqaba dubbii obbo Jawaar hedduu si galateeffadha. Ati yaada caalaa waan baay'ee hojjettette jechuu danda'a. OMN jiruu guddaadha, jiruu hammana hin jedhamnedha, waan Oromoon argee hin beeknedha. Hedduu galatoon sanaaf. Lammaffaa walaloonni akkamittiin maaltu hir'ataa, akkamittiin ilaaltaa, eessa gaheera isa jedhuufi isa dhugaa dubbachuuf yoo ta'e yeroo ammaatti nuyi akkamma nama reefuu mulluu beela'ee mulluu nyaachaa jiruuti. Mulluu jechi kana yoo beekta ta'e mulluu boqqolloo yeroo nyaatanii reefuutti dhiyaanna beelofnee irraa hinuma nyaanna. Eega xinnoo quufne booddeedha kan nuyi quncisuutti kaanu. Bubbulleetti egaa xinnoo garaan gogee quncisnee ishee qulqulluu gara kwaalitiitti ce'aa jirra jechaadha. Yeroo ammaatti walaloo baay'eetu biyya keessatti ba'a. Warra amma maqaa dhoofte Lataa Qana'ii nama baay'ee dinqisiifamudha. Asaffaa Balaachoo Abdiisaa Balaachoo Abdiisaa Abdiisaa Balaachoo nama baay'ee dinqisiifatamudha. Warra kaan warra maqaan isaanii amma hin yaadanne jiru baay'ee hojjechaa jiru. Garuu kan si dinqu laayinii tokko irra deemaa waan jiru natti fakkaata. Istaayilii tokko waan deemaa jiru natti fakkaata. Gurbaan arsiisuun maqaa isaan na jalaa bade. Coqorsa. Inni istaayilii mataasaa qaba. Fakkeenyaaf akkasittiin jira wal makaadha jechuufani. Kana keessaa oolee buleetti istaayiliin adda addaa yeroo dhalachaa ka'u ammaa hundumti keenya abbaa tokko akkeessuu dandeenya ta'a. Garuu oolee bulee yeroo afaan kun guddachaa deemu yoo akkas goone yoo akkasittiin yaalle yoo inni jedhu hin dhufa ta'a. Akkuma fakkeenyaaf afaan Amaaraa keessatti yeroo tokkotti isuma durbee kurra yaa turanitti booddee Salamoon Dheeressaa fa'aa dhufanii geeddaran. Kanaaf dhiibbaa guddaatu irra gahe. Hartuma isaa akkaataatti kanaan dura barreeffameen beennetti istaayilii haaraadhaan jalqaban jechaadha. Namoonni baay'een isa kondeemanii godhaniiru. Nuyis haala akkasiirra jirra. Ammatti kwaalitii uumini piroodakshinii sanadha. Anaan kan natti mul'atu maaliif jiruu guddaa hojjechaa jira. Saba keenya baadiyyaarraa baraa nuyis immoo isaaniin akkamittiin akka jennu baraa isa achirraa fuune walharkaa geeddaraa akkasittiin caalaa kwaalitiin isaa waan jijjiirame adeemu natti fakkaate waan gaaffii keessirreetti hubadhee deebiseera ta'e.
All right. Sorry. Anyway, I know that you are very much interested and enthusiastic to discuss because every point touches you, but time is ticking against us. Sorry about that to put you in pressure. Thank you very much for the audience and thank you very much for panelists.
Hari ini dalam
with us. Yes, yes, I thought so. Yes. So, when you got we meet after the presentation.
We have some loose ends to discuss.
Yes. So where will I find you?
I look for your immediately and organization.
Have some coffee together. Yes. Good luck with it. So it'll be brilliant.
Thank you.
As usual.
Thank you.
yang ada
Essex. Eastern Saxon. Ohio and USA.
Hi. No, it's only like this. We have to time around this or unlike this. Mine already. Just around it.
Enoch.
Yeah, I just did not know which number the PowerPoint again. By document by kabla.
Welcome to this session on globalization, geopolitics of the Horn and the Oromo. We have 3 papers in this panel, exploring different aspects of politics of the Horn, specifically the question of the Oromo, the interest of the Oromo, their relation to the global war on terror, for example, or in relation to existing arrangements of power within Ethiopia itself. I have 3 speakers. What I hope to do is introduce them in the order they appear on the program, and they will speak in that order. The first is Bahar Jibril Omar. Bahar is former lecturer of law at Ambo University School of Law. He received his LLB from Harambaya University, his LLM or Master of Laws from Addis Ababa University, and he's currently pursuing a Master of Laws degree in International Human Rights at the University of Essex. Second speaker is Daniel Ayana, there in the middle. Daniel is former lecturer at Addis Ababa University in Faculty of Social Sciences. He is currently professor at Youngstown State University. His research interest is on ancient Oromo history, particularly looking at ancient Greek, Latin, Arabic, and Chinese sources to understand what they reveal about ancient Oromo history. Our final speaker is Dr. Amayo Kunsa. Dr. Amayo Kunsa is assistant professor currently at Charles University in Prague. He received a PhD in sociology from the same university. His research interest is on political conflict in the Horn of Africa, and he has published several articles on peer-reviewed journals. So without further ado, I will now pass you over to Bahar.
Thank you, Dr. Howard, for your kind introduction. Thank you for coming. Especially, I would like to extend my gratitude for current OSA leadership, especially Mr. Enoch for his encouragement and support. The title is The Global War on Terror and the Oromo Question. How the global war on terror, both in its rhetoric as well as its practice, have been impacting an Oromo question, which is, Oromo question is struggle for self-determination. So, following 9/11, the so-called global war on terror has been declared with its far-reaching consequences. And what we see after the declaration of global war on terror is the relationship between autocratic state, authoritarian state, and the democratic state has changed, dramatically changed. What we can see is the convergence of interests between forces of the liberals and forces of the liberals. So this convergence of interests, regardless of divergence of values and principles, have impacted human rights in general, and the self-determination rights, such as that Oromos are struggling for, and it has put pressure. Now, that's what I'm going to analyze. But before that, let us look at some background about terrorism and global war on terror, and so that I will look into some common elements or common trends within the global war on terror with the implication on Oromo question, especially taking examples from Ethiopian government and the US government and UK as example. To begin with, the term terrorism is one of the noblest concepts, and so far there is no universally agreed definition of terrorism. Why there is no agreement? Because the disagreement is over how to characterize terrorism and how to label terrorism. And the difference is how to draw a line between act of terrorism and legitimate fighting for freedom. So, since there is no universal definition, then every state or actors which are interested in terrorism define it as it fits their purpose. Now, the trend comes, you name it, and then you fight it. So, when you wanna gonna fight that entity, you wanna name a terrorist, and then you can fight it. Whatever means at your disposal. So that's a problematic. Now, not only that, since international system is state-based, most of the discussions on definition of terrorism is tries to exclude state from the labeling or as state terrorism. So the major focus is on acts that's committed by non-state actors. So when I say by global war on terror, I mean the war on non-state terrorism. So what is this global war on terror? There is controversy again over the global war on terror, because whether it is a war in a conventional sense, whether it is ideological war, or it is a metaphorical war, if you like, there is no clear answer in this case. So let's say if it is a conventional war, if it's a warfare, then the question comes how we can conceptualize it in international law. Because in international law, although war is outlawed, but armed conflict there is armed conflict, and the technical term in international law is armed conflict. And we do have only two armed conflict. That is international armed conflict, in which the fighting is conducted between two states, or internal armed conflict, in which the conflict or armed conflict is confined in one state between government and rebellions. So where is this global war on terror? Is it international armed conflict? Because it's not an international armed conflict, because we said that most of the terrorists are non-state actors, so it doesn't fit as international armed conflict. Secondly, if it is non-international armed conflict or internal armed conflict, terrorists are scattered over the globe, and so it doesn't fit again the definition of non-international armed conflict. So I will not visit those debates which are out there in literature, but what we can find and what I will concentrate on is, after this regardless of the legality of its global war on terror from international law perspective, but from the state practical and policy indications, we can see some common trends which has impact on Oromo and other ethno-national movements. So the first trend that I'm going to analyze is the global war on terror serves as a smoke screen for dictatorial and authoritarian policies and practice. So following the global war on terror, there emerges a domestic repression by repressive regimes with the accomplice of international actors or international backers. Because authoritarian regimes uses this the war on terror or counteracting terrorism as a mask to conceal their legitimacy and their extrajudicial killing arrests. if you take the Ethiopian government, even the killing of school kids, the killing of pregnant are portrayed as legitimate act of counter-terrorism. So it becomes this using terrorism, counter-terrorism as a pretext to advance their legitimate authoritarian tendency follows from this. Then what part of the problem is the way this counterterrorism is framed. I actually I'm grateful to Dr. Awolalo for bringing this to my attention, because the counterterrorism is conceptualized in a way that the fighting is between good and evil. So whatever action you take against the evil is legitimate because you are on good. When it is framed in that way, even those liberals and democratic states could not openly criticize those legitimate government and those authoritarian who take those unlawful activities, because it's considered as an evil. And when when the counterterrorism is used, then there is less criticism from the West, and as Professor Makria was saying, that's why we see silence from international community when such kind of horrific and horrendous crime is committed against Oromo and others. The second trend that we can see in the global war on terror is the proliferation of draconian laws. Following 9/11, many countries have enacted or amended what I call terrorizing anti-terror laws. In these laws, first, there is broad definition of terrorism. They manage to widen the net of the definition terrorism as much as they can, so in order to catch as much fish as they can. So that's the first problem. The second one is these laws have expanded the prerogatives and power of law enforcement, such as surveillance and other activities. And again, it reduces the courts or the procedural guarantees, because some actors, arrests are allowed without court approvals, and there could be denial of bail and minimum guarantees. So in general, these draconian laws have been used, misused against human rights activists, against human rights defenders, and freedom of expression and human rights movements. If we take the Ethiopian case as example, the Ethiopian anti-terror law was enacted in 2009. Much is said about its illegality, legitimacy, draconian, and about its harshness. Not only it is draconian, but what is not much said about, although there are reports about the laws, commentaries, good commentaries by Human Rights Watch and amnesties on the laws, but what is not said much about is the way the law is used. Because let me give you a couple of examples from my experience in this case. You know, most of the people who are arrested or charged with terrorism, even if we accept that law as a valid law, most of them do not satisfy even the definition, and they do not fit the criteria provided even on the anti-terrorism laws. Let me tell you what happened during Ambo in 2014. I was there, and the public prosecutors who are there were charging students because when they look into the cases, it does not fit with anti-terrorism laws. So they frame charges and accuses those students by using laws which unlawfully staging demonstrations. So they immediately ordered by the Oromia Bureau, Justice Bureau, to change the charge and to bring all cases related with demonstration under terrorism proclamation, under terrorism laws. So you can see how much these draconian laws are not only draconian, but the way they are misused to silence dissident and political opponents. Another one is what my friend told me, that is a story. I'm not sure whether that is a true story or not, but it makes sense. One fellow, Oromo fellow, was charged with terrorism, being supporter of Gumbot 7. Now when the guy appeared to the court, he said that because you cannot, in Ethiopia there is no free trial, you cannot challenge your innocency. He said, well, I lost my innocency. I cannot defend that I am not guilty, so I lost my innocency, but I should not lose my story. So change the charge, not as a supporter of Gumbosavat, but as a supporter of OLF. So he said that though I lost my innocence, I should not lose my story, so change cases into as a supporter of OLF. So this is the extent to which these draconian laws are used to silence, and mostly used against Oromos in Ethiopia. The third element in the in the global war on terror, which is implication on Oromo, is the securitization of foreign aid or development or official development assistance. If you recall, after the end of Cold War, there were tendencies to in the allocation and the distribution of foreign assistance based on democratization and human rights commitment. So, but after the 9/11, those requirement or commitment to human rights and democratization, or political, sometimes called political conditionality, was replaced by security imperatives. So security became an important issue. And then the development assistance turned into what I call, for lack of better term, into security allowance, if you want. So that it is within this perspective that the Ethiopian government has been rewarded annually with 3 billion USD security allowance. So that security allowance is used against Oromos to silence them and to arrest and to do other extrajudicial activities. The fourth element is there is an increased military support and training for allies in the counter-terrorism, in the fight of terrorism. Now, you may question why those liberal states, democratic states such as US and the UK are interested in training the brutal regimes such as Ethiopia. Because the Ethiopian troops are trained by Americans under the initiative of African Command or AFRICOM, and they provide also military hardwares, such as warplanes and vehicles, as well as, if you recall that the notorious Somali police force, Liju Police, has been trained by UK, which is now terrorizing our people in the eastern part of Oromia. So why the West and the rest are training these authoritarian regimes? Why they invest in the infrastructure and architecture of brutality and the repression? This is the case because they want what I call subcontracting war. Because this is what Obama said when he visited Ethiopia, and he was asked by journalists whether the US has a plan to send troops to Somalia. He said, we don't have plan to send troops to Somalia because the Ethiopian troops are tough fighters. So they train those fighters, and so that they should not engage in direct hostility to subcontract conflict to authoritarian regimes. But the authoritarians use those resources, skills, against Oromos and others, not against the genuine terrorists whom the program and the training is intended for. So as you can see, the Humvees, which is given for fighting terrorism, is being used against demonstrations in Ethiopia. So this element, this trend has really made great problem on Oromo questions and Oromo struggle. So let's look at, you know, all right, so let's quickly look into how the Oromo nationalists has responded to these challenges. The first one that Oromo tries to respond is on discursive level by providing, specifically here I would like to acknowledge the scholarship of Professor Asafa Jalata by turning the table around, if you want. As I said earlier, I said that the focus on terrorism is on non-state actor terrorism. But Professor Asafa Jalata and Oromo nationalists at discursive level were emphasizing that there is state terrorism and we have to acknowledge state terrorism. And especially in Ethiopia, the state is created by terrorism and is still maintained by act of terrorism. So therefore, there is state terrorism and Oromos are victims of state terrorism. So in Ethiopian case, the fight is not between good and evil. I mean like that the government is good and the others are evil, but the fighting is between evil and good. The government is evil and the Oromos are good, or other who fighting for the right are good. Not only in the discursive level, but in advocacy and other levels, as many of you in diaspora have been doing, and with human rights organizations such as Bogaroma's organization, have been exposing the brutality to the international community that Oromo are being the victims of state terrorism. Another one that Oromo nationalists have been doing is that Oromos are not there, not troublemakers as the government tries to make, but the Oromos are forces of stability in the Horn and beyond. So it is in the best interest of the West and the rest to work with the Oromo forces, with the Oromo organizations, if indeed we are interested in bringing about perpetual peace, prosperity, and tranquility in the Horn of Africa and beyond. So that's what the Oromos are saying. And you have to? All right, good. So another one is that the Oromos, Oromo nationalist and organizations were challenging the misguided foreign policy of Western countries, especially US and others. Because as Oromos used in money writing and engagement, media engagement and others, were saying that you cannot benefit by investing on tyrannical minority rule, minority regime. So that would not be, so you can get short-term stability, but you should not bet on long-term stability by investing on, if you like, non-profitable tyrannical rules. So it's both morally unacceptable and strategically futile to invest on minority and to trade off security for democratization. Rather, you have to work on democratization and respect for human rights in Ethiopia. Lastly, not only rhetoric, but practically, the Oromos are doing to reclaim their questions, because the Oromo question, as I said, is self-determination. Self-determination is a human right, internationally acknowledged human right. For those who are privileged, their question is entertained according to like existing institutional framework by referendum. You can take Scotland, Quebec in Canada, and Catalan in Spain. So they will entertain their cases via popular referendum. But Oromos, we are not luxurious to have such kind of systems. So the only one we have is we have to fight for our struggle. And Oromos are fighting militarily, diplomatically, by non-violent resistance, as well as participating in existing electoral competitions. And now what we are seeing in the Oromo protest, hopefully Mr. Juar would enlighten us about the genesis and movement of Oromo protest, is what we see defiance and resistance. In this case, what we see is the people are showing, the students are showing a complete rejection of system and preparedness to take risk, even to be tried by their draconian laws. So such kind of determination will give us hope that our question will be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Fahad. Our paper brought up a number of interesting issues around recent transformations in war and how existing wars, current wars,
no longer fall within the ambit of conventional understandings of armed conflict, the construction of diplomacy that's at work, and the idea of war on terror, and how that this was a practice being manipulated and used specifically in Ethiopia. I'm sure what Bahar actually says here comes perfectly positive as an act of terror under our current boundary. You're not going back, I'm sure, are you?
I'm going to plan to go back.
You should go back. Next up is Daniel Ayana. Daniel's paper is The Oromo in the Geopolitics of the Oromo.
Can you set this for me? Can you set this up? Yeah.
Could you click?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Awal. As you can see, my topic is the current Oromo protest and the question of alliance. Why the hell did I pick this topic? Nobody likes it. The question goes back to 2008. In 2008, during a mid-year conference in Minneapolis, I presented a paper. The central argument of the paper is that if the Oromo started war, the liberation for the Oromo will not end in Oromia. That's the first argument. The second argument is that the way we look at politics is a kind of top-down approach, but our culture is a bottom-up. And if you look at the Gada system, you literally find the opposite of all political philosophies that exist in the Western literature. Thanks to Dr. Marco Bassi, when you read this, it really becomes clear, but when you read the others, you get confused. And so from that perspective, I came up with one idea, and that idea is that the Gada system is created, invented by organic intellectuals, and B, the idea of elite vanguardism, which we are dealing with, is almost helpless unless it is somehow complemented by this bottom-up approach where you have organic intellectuals handling these issues. It is from these two perspectives that I presented that paper and then now revisiting the same topic. So first, I would like to address the issue of geopolitics because the term geopolitics is considered to be shady, dirty, because of this past association with Nazism, imperialism, and colonialism. But the end of the Cold War exposed a shatter belt globally. And so most of the intellectuals who were having that the era of nation state is over, nation formation is over, were totally disproved at one stroke. And what scholars came to regard is now that the notion of geopolitics is actually a cherished tradition that can be used as a framework for explaining many problems in many parts of the world. And so that's why I picked that concept. And geopolitics somehow explains the past and the present of our region. And so that's why I call it a geopolitics of peace, freedom, and self-determination. The key concepts I use are geopolitics, protest in Oromia, territorial Amhara, southern Amhara, social geography, Ethiopianers, infested lowlands and lowlanders, highlanders, unity, uniformity, ethnic politics, electoral districts, and hopefully I will cover these. My presentation was to address the interrelated issue about geopolitics and alliance. The current protest has lineage going back to many centuries, but it is only similar to the 16th century population movement, which has been totally misunderstood, and the West still considers the Oromo as an external invader. Very few people have read Dr. Muhammad Hassan's book, and it is, I think, it came at the very crucial moment. Anyone, in order to understand what is going on, has to go back to read that in order to understand what goes on and what has been going on. And so the parallels between what is now happened in the 16th century. The unique aspect that is different from the 16th century is the role of technology and the new organic intellectuals that emerged. And so this makes it different from the 16th century. The organic intellectuals, let me simply define them as embedded, dispersed, and trajectory pioneers, or just pioneers. These are problem solvers. These understand their problem there in their own settings, and therefore they come up with a solution. So when we say error, we are actually using the term age differentiation, but that is actually half the point. These are organic intellectuals who are embedded in that system and who want to transform that system. And they are linked globally, and they understand what is going on globally. So that's the current protest is considered to be most serious. René Lefort, Masai Kabade, these are the individuals I cite for this. You know all this, so I don't want to go there. The second part is the suggestion so far is to reform OPDO. My point is this: OPDO has crossed the psychological Rubicon. What do I mean? If a prisoner, if a soldier is captured in a war, commanders will not return him to the battlefield. He has crossed a Rubicon psychologically. After that, he will be rehabilitated. He will be assigned a different job. OPDOs already surrendered to the rightful demand of Oromo protests. And they have seen the alternative scenario, the alternative vision. And so they do not have the confidence to stand in front of the Oromo and then have the flair to spin on the rhetoric about what Dr. Anissa said, Misoma. That's gone. They have no flair, no confidence to do that. So the other is the TPLF making some kind of compromise, some kind of reform. Underlying all this is in order to keep the TPLF in power with all securities, and then the idea is that this is the only regime that keeps Western interests. And this is also some of the notions that have been perpetrated so far. This is actually very full of fallacy. And so my argument here is that the TPLF will not institute a genuine federalism. OPDO reform will fail. And so the Oromo protest most likely is going to continue, and there will be other who will join this because of the existing grievances from the bottom, from the ground. And Masai Kabade, the philosopher, called upon the Amara to join the Oromo. my proposal is the path forward is for a bottom-up alliance with territorial Amhara. Now, why do I divide Amhara into two? I did not divide Amhara into two. The historical fault line has always been there. What I did is simply give it or name it, give it a name. So my paper posits that the current Oromo protest movement re-emerged in a historical movement of transition when the Amhara elites are bifurcating into a deterritorialized Southern Amhara and a territorial Amhara. Current, the Southern Amhara and the diaspora are influential, but demographically they are declining, a diminishing group. They don't have home constituency unless it is in Finfinne or in Nazareth Adama. The territorial Amhara live in northern Gojam, in northern Shah, Gojam, and Gondar. They will not rise up spontaneously to support the Oromo, nor will they be actively supporting the TPLF against the Oromo. They have their own grievances, and these grievances can be turned into a genuine A, tactical alliance, or B, a strategic long-term alliance, because there is these common grievances about intrusion. This morning, Mr. Lefort was saying about the assault that was being perpetrated against them. And so that's why I say let us make a detour initiative. By detour, I mean let us bypass all. By the way, I'm not saying you are making an alliance. The alliance will be based there on the ground by those who are doing what they are doing now. What we do here, our duty is cut for us. We know what we do. We are not leading or calling telephone by telephone and doing giving orders. So that they will do. As to what we do, I'll come to that later on. Now, what is known as modern Amhara evolved from the confluence of Amhara historic district inhabitants and those who migrated south. What I say, Southern Amhara are descendants of settlers in the south, and they are grandchildren of the Empire State. They have been influential since from Menelik to Haile Selassie. Even in the dark, it is the urban-born Southern Amhara who were the dominant. The territorial Amhara were second fiddle players in the empire. They were second, and they have their own separate social geography. And this social geography contains their own distinct grievances. Even at the level of language, they have to first acquire the Addis Ababa dialect in order to be equally treated with the Southern Amhara. The Southern Amhara have no attachment to one particular area, but to the Empire State, because it privileges them. So the Professor Masai, the philosopher, equated Western Ethiopian educated Ethiopians as uprooted because Western education uprooted them. Actually, their uprootedness goes long before that. It goes back to 13th century. He compares them with the evolution of colonial Africa. So these Southern Amhara progressively declined because of two reasons. One, the rise of Ethiopianers. Ethiopianers is a term I use, preferably just in this room. This refers to the Majengur, the Gambella, the Gumus, so many of them who were called lowlanders, who were called diseased. Lowland geopolitics for Ethiopia. Lowland means hail. Inhabitants of lowland mean they are diseased. By the way, when Prime Minister Male said about land lease, he said, Daga Maret will not be leased. Highland. Oromo are the only people who live from highland to the lowland. they do not have infestation gradient. They do not consider the lowland as disease, nor do they consider the highland as a cold place. And so you can find this term of Daga or highland is also an idiom, a metaphor for exclusion or for othering. So these Ethiopians have expected menacing under BRDF, but it was simply only a time of rising expectation. So they need to get represented. Their representation will be ecologically based or ethnically based. Thank you. The second factor for the decline of Southern Amhara is the expectation of democracy. EPRDF fake democracy. There is representation, the idea of democracy. This morning, Mr. Lefort also showed us. Let me give you one example. Fikra Selassie Wagdaras, the secretary of the Derg, was in prison. While he was in prison, a young man, a degree holder from Marabete, went there asking someone, and then he asked point blank, because last is this question, did you represent Marabete in the Derg? Did you represent Marabete in the Derg? This is the kind of trend that you find among territorial Amhara. That's where they are headed. The new generation territorial Amhara, they want to be represented from their districts, and then they want also representation at the center. In this scenario, the point is this. The point is that they would need alliance. Who delivers the alliance to come to power. So that's what I'm referring to. By the way, Professor Masfin's postulate that denies the existence of Amhara comes from this fear that the territorial Amhara will eventually focus on their own districts for local reasons, and then they'll make alliance with others. That's his fear. Why do I suggest this? Because of what is going on currently about geopolitics. With the rise of the Oromo protests, something is emerging on the horizon. This is what is emerging according to me. The rise of Oromo protests had panicked. Many people are very surprised, shocked, and so they are looking for alternatives. In what is on the horizon is the following. That is the Badime complex. I call it the Badime complex. The Badime complex is a gateway to understand the Mekelle hegemony and the Asmara hegemony. Derg's mistake was considering TPLF as a self-help association. TPLF was formed to promote Aksumite Mekelle hegemony over everybody. And so the competition has been, is it Mekelle hegemony or Asmara hegemony? Since before, from 1991 up to the Badime War, it was Asmara hegemony. After Badime, it was Mekelle hegemony. Eritrean policy about national existence is essentially linked to two double-edged policies. Who controls power in Addis Ababa has to be controlled from Asmara. This is Italian geopolitics, from Massawa to Mogadishu. This is Italian geopolitics, a derivative from that. And the second is the economy of Eritrea should somehow be tapped to Ethiopian economy, where as a source of raw material and as a market. And these are the two entangled issues. So if we consider we don't need entanglements, there is already an entangled heritage, very entangled heritage that we are this is looming in the horizon. So now, after Badime, Eritrea has been on war footing. Ethiopia was essentially relaxing, economy is going, everything is doing, GDP is high. No. The November protest became a spoiler. And so now Eritrea can wait. Eritrea can wait. This creates the following scenarios. Most of Southern Amhara might prefer siding with TPDM. or they might wait for TPLF to get a concession from them. And so in this context, we have to have, already there is something. Self-reliance is there, what is going on has to be supported, and then there should be alliance for stability, for peace, for democracy, freedom. By the way, from ancient sources, what I realize is from what is today Wallo down to what is today Brava, the Oromo had alliances stabilizing all these regions for peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Again, another very intriguing paper, beginning from the very problem that tries to set up, which is the idea that the war for the liberation of Oromia doesn't mean the liberation of Oromia. And also the challenges around elite vanguardism, the opportunities created by organic intellectuals, the fault lines between territorial Amara and territorial Amara. That's a very interesting distinction as that, but I think there's something interesting there. Of course, the Aksumite military, so many interesting issues. Next up is Dr. Almayo Kumsa. Dr. Almayo Kumsa's paper is titled Tigray People's Liberation for the Alleged Ethiopian Government through the Lens of State Government.
Okay, Oromo Study Association, our Oromo Academy of Science. We will grow and we will build Oromo Academy of Science, and the embryo of this Academy of Science is Oromo Study Association. Thank you for organizing such kind of interesting conference. My topic is about state terrorism. First of all, let me try to define what is state terrorism, and we can continue to discuss. State terrorism is a threat or act of violence by agents of state is intended to induce extreme fear in the target audiences so that they are forced to consider changing their behavior in some ways. So they are torturing, killing, to force the people to accept their ideas. But empirical data from many parts of the world shows that those people who were tortured, humiliated, were the first militant fighters against these torturers. The etymological origin of this word, terror, derived from Latin verb terror, which means bring someone tremble through great fear. Terror refers to an individual's psychological state of mind, and so been and has been around for many centuries. If we look at this so-called Euro-American liberal democracy, this liberal democracy was built on the days of many millions of people in south part of the world Why I am saying this? Because comparative politics is very important to see what is happening in all parts of the world and coming to particular topic. So by all accounts, state terrorism has been one of the greatest sources of human suffering and destruction in the past 5 centuries, employing extreme forms of exemplary violence against ordinary people and specific groups in order to endanger political submission to newly formed nation states, transfer populations, and generate labor in conquered colonial territories. Imperial powers in the early modern states killed literally tens of millions of people and destroyed entire civilization, and the peoples across Americas, the Asian Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. Let me bring some empirical data about these areas. Maybe those of you who are living in the United States of America, when your children are studying from 7th grade to 12th grade, they are reading about the indigenous people of Northern and Southern America, who were within 1 century the population of North and South America from 80 million to only 5 million. So this civilization died out from our planet. In Africa, when we compare colonialism, British, French, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, Germans colonized this continent. When we read about African colonization of Africa, there are only 2 states which are not colonized. But nobody, if we open the biggest general history of Africa, 8 volumes, there is no word about what Abyssinians done against their neighbors. They were, and are, the worst colonial power who disseminated millions of people. In colonial history of Africa, we know about Belgian colonialism. Leopold II reduced the population of 256 nations from 20 to 10 million. We know about Southwest Africa or contemporary Namibia, which the German Empire colonial power killed about 60,000 Namas and Hereros. They reduced the people, 74% of the people were killed. And I wanted to bring these 2 examples to this colonial expansion, how the Abyssinian, our neighbors, colonized other Cushitic and Omotic and Nilotic people, and what they did against these people, nations. First, how terrorism entered the dictionary of social science. State terrorism entered the political science concept after 1789 French Revolution. In 1793 to 74, the revolutionary government declared first in the history of the state great terror, great terror. When I read this part of French history, I am comparing with the Red Terror during Mengistu Haile Mariam government. But I want you to compare this great French Revolution eliminated only 17,000 people, calling them counter-revolutionaries. And you know very well how many people were eliminated during the Derg. And the French Revolution, during that period, in 1 year, 300,000 people were imprisoned, but later were released. But we don't know, in reality, maybe in the future, historians can go to every village of Oromia and how many people were killed during that period. Okay, what are types of terrorism, especially state terrorism? First of all, there is no definition. One expert on terrorism sent his question for many sociologists to define what is terrorism. He get 122 answers, definition of terrorism. If we take state terrorism, the question of terrorism came up in 1937 during the existence of the first international state organization or League of Nations. That organization didn't able to define terrorism. Until now, I am not a lawyer. I am a sociologist, but according to my reading, until now, there is no definition of state terrorism and the terrorism. Why? Because if I met Haile Mariam Desalegn, I am the worst terrorist. Because for me, he is the head of terrorists. So this is throughout the world, there is this problem. State terrorism remains a formidable weapon in the hands of the ruthless states, and it is used primarily for two purposes. One, to control under their yoke the people of their country, or two, to speed confusion and chaos among their foreign enemies. Accordingly, we may divide state terrorism in two categories. Internal terrorism is practiced by a state against its people, which produces some of outrageous violation of human rights that the world has ever known. Two, external terrorism is practiced by one state against citizens of other states. Forms of state terrorism. The state terrorism has many forms, such as illegal detention, torture, disappearance, and assassination. There is no definition of state terrorism, but these illegal detention, torture, disappearance, assassination are outlawed by United Nations. There are many declarations starting from 1947 until 1993. There are many declarations, part of international law, but the destroyer or the people who are not respecting these laws are states themselves. And the states are also sending their killing squad to other parts of the world, killing their opponents. Okay, colonialism is throughout the world was based on state terrorism. So let me say something about colonialism. Colonialism is a practice of domestication, domination, which involves the subjugation of one people to another. And the etymology of the term from Latin word colonus. Colonus means farmer. The practice of colonialism usually involves the transfer of population to new territory where the arrival has permanent settlers while maintaining political allegiances to their country of origin. So they move their farmers. If we start from ancient Greek, they are moving their people and settled in a new occupied territory, and they ruled these people. We can take many examples. Ethiopia is one of a colonial empire created at the end of 19th century by Abyssinian Emperor Menelik II by killing millions of peoples of Oromo, Kaficho, Gimira, Maji, Walaita, and others. Compared with other colonial territories in Africa, Ethiopia was created with the worst human life lost in African colonial history. To back up my words with empirical data, the Oromo people's population reduced. Many of you very well know this. Reduced by 50%, or from 10 to 5 million. Only to add one example, Ferdinand Prouder wrote a book, History of Civilization. In that book, he says that in 1850, African population is around 100 million. And Oromo at that time, around maybe 8 million. And now African population is more than 1 billion. So you can calculate if these, our neighbors, were not colonized our people, the growth of Oromo population. I am not talking only about Oromo. The population of Kaficho kingdom reduced, 67% was disappeared. Gimra people of the southwest contemporary Ethiopia population, 80% disappeared. The worst, the killing of the nation, Maji, 90% of the population were eradicated by this predatory Menelik killing machine. How many minutes? One? Oh. Okay. When Oromo in their history fought at the end of 19th century, they were defeated. But on the battlefield, what Oromo army and the Abyssinian army said, I wanted to quote the Oromo army, your victorious rifles inflates you with pride. Therefore, throw it away and come to measure yourself against me. You will see that I am stronger. If you agree to put down your rifle on the ground, one of my warriors would like 5 of yours. One alone will subdue 50 of you. A handful of my braves will smash your battalion. What Amara army said, if I put my rifle on the ground, I know that you would be my vanquisher as a former time. I will not leave my rifle. Go grant the floor in the measure me the tribute. This conversation was the day when 12,000 Oromo warriors were killed. Okay, and when they are falling, they are saying, Ilman Oromo Uman, Ilman Oromo Uman. Oromo children are dying. They are not saying something other than the children of nation are dying. Okay, finally, 1? 0. Okay. Okay, well, you know about TPLF? What the Oromo have to do? 0. Only 1 minute, please. 1, according to my view, when a sociologist do his research, he has to recommend something. 1, according to my view, to stop this genocidal process, the Oromo people must, their political organization must unify against the external enemy to shield their nation. Oromo has no problem. We do have, or Oromo has a very good democratic system. When we save our nation, we can build many political parties. The second, to defend the nation is to have its own army, Oromo National Defense Force. If we will not organize our shield, those who failed on the field in 1884, now it can repeat.
Maybe can come to those issues.
Okay. Finally, what I want to say is we forget something. That is a question of our sisters. If we don't support in the fight for the question of women in Oromo, we are dictators. If you see the United Nations statistic data, how we live together with our wife at home in Oromia, abusing them, it is very shameful if I will tell the statistic. Okay, thank you very much for your listening.
So again, a number of challenging themes on the question of violence, state violence, non-state violence by non-state actors, and how the far greater violence of the state doesn't count as terrorism when use of force by other entities for various reasons, various mass paramilitary causes are categorically terrorist. Okay, without further ado, I would like to open the floor up for Q&A. As usual, I think it's useful if people keep questions short, comments short, so that we can get to as many people as possible. So I will take questions in group of 3, and then we will take 5. Yes.
I just wanted to direct my question to Professor Daniel. I thought it was very interesting what you said about geopolitics and trying to create an alternative, more organic approach. Or okay, I just wanted to address your point about geopolitics and how we can make a process that's always been inherently based on the interests of those in power or the elites, and try and change it to make it a little bit more organic and based on traditional systems of governance. I if the Oromo people are not considering secession and they're not considering taking over the state, then how would you apply those organic systems of geopolitics, since states only correspond to states?
And then Korea after.
Thank you very much for interesting presentations, all of you. The point you raised, Daniel, about this territoriality, about the masses being, negotiation. That is a very good idea. I think about that quite for a while, but how to practice it without academics, intellectuals, or what you call that, the layer of, who play the game, without intellectuals, without, I don't know how to do that, how do you create these negotiating parties from different parts of the country. The definition about this, the group, the Amara, the territorial Amara, and the other Amara, which are the Netanya Amara, to be frank, which want to dominate the whole country because they did that before, and they dominate from the center and not from the north. So how do you, where do you put them? Do you just disempower them, or what are you going to do with them? I will just cut my question there, but
Professor Kwe.
I too would like to. Can you hear me? Yeah, I too would like to say thank you for the great presentations. I do have a question, super short, and an observation. The question is about gendering of globalization, colonization of the world, in whatever shape or form it comes. In the first place, do you actually make it's the power of women.
But not for darkness.
The light of women is coming. I just wanted to actually look at your sense of the differences or even similarities between globalization and colonization. The biggest imperialism, how do you discern? I think I would like to see that, and it's for all the panelists. In terms of the gendering of globalization, particularly the gendering of state terrorism that we talked about. Rape is being used as a weapon of war right now in Oman, but it's not talked about because, one, because gender issue is already hidden as it is. Two, because it is shameful. It is done to disrupt families. It is done, women are there to disrupt families, to destroy family cohesion, and to destroy community cohesion. It's happening right now, and TPLF is using it. Agazi are raping our women, breaking into homes, private homes, and raping women. No rape issue has been raised so far. It's hushed up. Why? So I just want to look at the gendering of all of this terrorism and globalization, whatever, just to get your sense of what it is. I don't have my own sense. Another one is, this is my question, but an observation from yesterday. I was shocked in this panel, at this time and age, to hear from a gentleman in this conference, something that has been abusive and really unacceptable, insulting to women yesterday. I don't know the person, I don't know the name, I don't know the face, but I think somebody said something to the effect that women are taken away, abused. By the time they come back to us 30 years later, they have 10 children, they have no more use, whatever. And that was very insulting. I don't know how the chair of the panel just left it, and nobody commented. And I didn't recover from the shock by the time the panel was already done. So I really wanted to say that it's unacceptable to see that at this time and age, women are used and abused and destroyed. Women, as they are invisible in the nationalist discourse. Invisibility is only visible when we are mothers, daughters, or sisters of men. That is accepted, okay? And even my own poem yesterday relates to the mother figure. It's within, I was speaking from within the nationalist discourse. But at this time and age, I think it's unacceptable. I think people should actually, I don't know, condemn that. I don't know that I really couldn't recover from the shock. So thank you so much.
Can I just say, Professor Kwe, I've taken up that issue with that person, and he felt extremely sorry. I have taken up with him the issue, so it wasn't ignored, and I've also spoken to some other people who felt terribly sorry about that. Okay, so let's get some quick thoughts from the panel, and then we'll collect another round. Let's do this three, and then we'll get back.
Okay, let's start with the last one. As Professor Kwe said, when I heard that word used, we were three there, and we actually reacted to it, and we did find it to be very offensive. With regard to globalization, gendering, and colonization, actually, when we say globalization, I see a kind of colonialism coming back in a different form. And this colonialism can be described as world capitalism. World capitalism. It is trying to solve the problems of capitalism at the center or in various areas by moving to the various corners of the world in order, say, for instance, to produce food. You can go to Gambela or to Oromia, and then the effect of that on women is so terrible. And you have already heard one presenter saying that a lady, a girl, could not even talk that she contracted disease from the flower farm. So it is very, very important issue. However, I did not go down to that level. My level of presentation was simply at a higher layer. So I do understand about that. I do subscribe to the notion that one has to pay attention to that. What to do with Southern Amhara? These are group. By the way, to start with, last OSA conference, Professor Muhammad said, know your neighbor. Right now, I add something to that. Start conversation on social geography. And so when we talk about Southern Amhara, the issue between us is about historical interpretations. I like actually to have conferences where we can exchange ideas. And that is the first step. The second step is the constituency of Southern Amhara is mostly in Addis Ababa or Finfinne, and then Nazareth Adama. Here, they have influence, they have votes, and so they will be granted equal rights in as much as they have constituency, in as much as they have their vote. And so their rights should be respected just as anyone. But when it comes to national level, in case of scenario for a union of free peoples, then their vote and their contribution depends on their constituency. That's how I think. For territorial Amhara, depending on their constituency, alliance can be formed. The other point that I did not mention is about the what I call the highest ethnic border ratio of the Oromo. The Oromo are in contact with practically almost all of the peoples living in Ethiopia. They have formed ground up market, informal communication, marketing, and all these kinds of relationships. These relationships can be turned into peaceful and then a geopolitics of alliance. So within these, as long as their group rights and their individual rights are protected, I do not really think there will be many issues. But the basic point at this for us is to build, to strengthen our self-reliance and show the next step. What this morning revealed to us is, can we be alternative stabilizing force? Your question actually brought to me the point I did not mention in my presentation. Herman Cohen came up with an idea. There is a huge farming going on. Let Ethiopia use Asab and Masawa. What lies behind this? You get together, that's what he means. But there is a Badime complex to come together. And so these scenarios are hanging on us. And at that moment, the bottom-up territorial alliance is very, very important. Because this is a kind of offensive defense. As long as we are sharing a boundary, we have to form some kind of tactical or strategic alliance, and then we have to be ready for what is coming. There might be a sort of so many divisions, and so that will be sorted out.
Okay, what Adequan raised is basic question. Let me repeat what she said yesterday when we show our fingers to others, three shows against us. This by myself, I accept it. We, as the Oromo, we, especially our intellectuals, we didn't raise the question of women in OSA conferences as the basic. Why? Women is a basic, the source of life, and the keeper of the container of Oromo culture. If socially, politically, economically, we will not empower them, we will lose. In politics, when the women are in majority in politics, the country is more democratic than others. We can see, for example, northern Scandinavian countries. So, let me tell one example. There is a book, Companion of Sociology Development. According to United Nations research result officially published, the highest abuse of women in the world is Ethiopia. When Ethiopia is the highest, we are part of abusing our sisters and the wife. I remember when a man married, first night he has to beat her. This is, we have to fight such kind of negative cultures. So, in my view, if OSA accepts this, for the future, one conference on topic of Oromo question, how we can empower our sisters to build equal democratic system, not only the Gada system, the Think system must be come up. We have to support, not to support, it is our obligation. Without building the capacity of our sisters and our daughters, we cannot go far. We will
die out.
Okay, thank you. Let me take series of questions. If they have time, they will respond to them. First you, then Professor Mohammed, you go first. Back there, Obo Umuru.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I've got a question for Bahari and Mr. Alamayo. The title of the global war and the state terrorism war. So there's global and state. What about the local terrorism? How do you see from the Oromo concept of view? If it's the Oromo who is terrorizing, how are we going to address it?
Okay, thank you. Professor Mohammed.
Mine is a very short question. Daniel, lastly, what I talked about is Oromo scholars must start addressing the concern of Amhara. We have to understand them. And I think unless we understand them, they will not understand us. And my question is this. You mentioned about alliance from bottom up. I think Oromo scholars and Amhara scholars must really start talking to each other. Forming alliance is the key. We want a better future for our people. We want a better future for all the people of Ethiopia. And the key to that is really creating an environment of understanding. And how about talking to each other? They may curse us, they may insult us, but don't we need to develop a thick skin and at the end start talking to them? I said short, but sorry.
Obo Umuru.
Just want to ask a question, especially on the point that was raised as the bottom-up territorial alliance mentioned by Professor Daniel, I think. The Abyssinian elites are the ones who are the masterminds of the Abyssinian politics. Of one Ethiopia, one language, one religion, one nation, one everything. It doesn't want to attract others. It's for over a century. They mention democracy in their own perspectives, like the one Ethiopia, one country, like that, one nation. So the movement in Oromia now is for Oromuma, for let's govern our country, let's govern ourselves. We don't want anybody to govern us like before. So when we say alliance, what is the purpose of this alliance? Do they at least accept self-determination? The more we underline this. So if they don't accept self-determination at least, so how can we ally, or what is the purpose of alliance? And so
Okay.
It must be accepted. The self-determination at least must be accepted so that it could be the base from where we can start.
Okay, let's give a chance to a couple of people. That person there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, we are talking about creating alliance. When we are talking about alliance, who will make this alliance? We know most of the time the OSA discussion is what I call personally, sorry, maybe a talk show. Something has to be implemented. Now it's the majority, a lot of people. When we are talking about the land, are you asking the political parties, the diaspora political politics, or also going to make a group of people who initiated? That's number one. Second, what I would like to know, what did we learn from November 12 until today? Hopefully, the Oromo resistance will continue. What did we learn? Enemy and friends are very eager to approach Oromo. The name Oromo is totally different in diaspora and also at home. We have to capture the moment to come up with something to take the leadership in the Ethiopian empire to dismantle the empire. Unless we do that, every year we come together, we discuss about alliances, we become about this and that, it doesn't work. This morning from Professor Rene, we had a lesson. Unless we organize ourselves, nobody will come to organize us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So OSA should transform itself into a political organization, not a scholarly organization. Can I give a chance to the gentleman at the back? That's you, yeah.
The question I have is for...
oh, actually for the person, but it's fine, I think... I think we can do two questions.
I'll be very quick. The question mainly is for Bob. I don't know you can comment on it. It's mostly about geopolitics, and earlier on we hinted that yesterday we hinted that the WTO and other organizations fund the current governments. And in geopolitics, previously we noticed that from other writers like Holcomb, that other forces, external forces, put pressure on us in Ethiopia, Oromo people specifically. The players are not the same as they were before. They're a lot more sophisticated, and they apply PR and other methods that weren't available during the time. What I'm asking specifically is that we never covered interests, foreign interests, party interests, ethnic interests. If anybody can comment on that play a role in specifically affecting the Romans.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask a question plenty here. Actually, I want to make a comment on Daniel's point, which is very close the issue of alliances. When you talk about the issue of alliances, I'm glad you mentioned the distinction between the different party commanders. What is also very crucial is there are a number of ethnic groups across the boundary of Oromia, which Ryan touched upon, that are actually crucial to our very existence. For instance, the Ogadeni are very crucial to our very existence. The Jaso area, which has been referendum and party taking in and out of Ogaden, is a very crucial issue. The border between Kenya and Ethiopia, where I happen to have lived all my life, is a very crucial in our very existence as a nation, because part of it is now divided into bits, which is into Somalia region, part of it is now to Oromia region. Therefore, our alliance should not be entirely focused to appease Amaras who are vocal and articulate, actually to those who will undermine our very existence if we have to go for self-determination, which is a crucial issue where we are at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give to that gentleman in 30 seconds, please?
Mine is just a question. My question is to Professor Kumsa. You know, these numbers are always thrown around. There was a reduction of almost by 5 million. You know, are these credible numbers or they just made up? I mean, you know, that's a huge number to kill a people. So where is the evidence? How is it that? Was it that there was famine and war and perhaps some other disease and so on and so forth?
Okay, thank you very much. There are a number of issues thrown at all the three of you. If you could just respond to this in 1 minute and 30 seconds each.
Okay, there are 4 questions directed to me from Bogusai. When I say ethnic border ratio, I meant to include all that have territorial adjacency or contiguity with the Oromo. That's a kind of a shorthand to include all of these at one time. On the issue of self-determination, that is in my paper. And by the way, there is one word which I did not explain. The word unity in my paper, which I did not go in, I used that to define a Naftanya ideology. For this paper, Naftanya is an ideology. That ideology has one word which is operative. That word is unity. When unity is spoken, there is always something that is missing from us. When they say unity, they mean uniformity. They do not mean union. They do not mean union. The very presence of an Oromo or a Majangar or a Gambella symbolizes disunity. So if somebody establishes a political party, the first question is, how about Ethiopian unity? And so the word unity is inherently a violent term. Philosopher Mudimbe was one day lecturing, and mathematics is a violent subject, a violent methodology. And then I went and asked him, what does this mean? And then he tells me that when you break 1 and 1 times 2 or 1 plus 1 or 1 times 3, what you are doing is violently breaking them into 1. So the word unity had this parallel meaning. And so now, regarding self-determination and alliance, what I meant was tactical and strategic. It all depends on what is going to come. But at this moment, our focus is a house is burning. A house is burning. Walididar mane manarra abida amsina male mana sabuga chajiru boda mana kamitija rajenne amma argumenti of bidutakasun. I don't really see it necessary. And nui adana jirra kan hojojetu achi adana tenye conditioni kana namodarat imposi gochun it's just for me very illogical. But I do believe in the principle of self-determination.
Okay. Can I give it to Bar?
All right, thank you. I think there are a couple of questions for me. The first one is how to deal with local terrorism or terrorism that's committed among Oromos. Okay. Let me stand. The first question for me is how to deal with terrorism that's local terrorism or terrorism that are committed among Oromos. In the first place, Oromo has no culture of terrorism. Oromo culture is Naga. Oromo do not commit terrorism, but crime would be committed by Oromos among Oromos. Jalla fi dawan untuk soal gereja, Oromo tersebut nanti akan ada urina, nama akan ada semua Oromo nak ada sahaja di Serang dari sekolah. I think if I'm correct about the question is that way. Another question, like one comment is that OSA is about talk show and all blah blah. We have to know that OSA is a scholarly organization and it's knowledge production. Knowledge production is important. All of us are part of that, the knowledge produced by our predecessors, such as Professor Asafa Mokria, Muhammad Hussein, and other emerging OSA scholars. So it is up to Oromo nationalists and freedom fighters to use those ammunition. So OSA is not ammunition factory, or OSA is not producing us weapons, but it gives us a knowledge that we can use that to fight for our right. Another one is about the geopolitics and alliance. There are, mind you, in the Horn of Africa, always the balance of power among the internal fighting is changed or tipped by interference from external forces. So that was in the history, in the making, in the empire making, and in the empire maintenance. And now there are change of alliance. So what Oromo has to do to win those actors that's what the Oromo scholars are doing. The Oromo are saying that the status quo is unsustainable. Investing in the minority is not acceptable, so you have to work with Oromo as a force of stability, and that's how that we have to keep on. But we should not but we have to fight, and when we fight, we can win enemies. And then they will stand with us and we can get along.
Okay, thank you. Last word for
those data which I spoke about, it is not throwing words. Each number of people from each country or each nation were written by people who are living in those societies, in Gimera, in Kaficho, in Maji, in Oromia. Their eyewitnesses were written by them, not by Alamayo in the 21st century. About Oromo was written, published in 1901. Kaficho, the same, Gimera in 1892. Please, if you are interested, those books where each book was quoted by Professor Mabra Bulcha, and then you can go through that book, those original books, to certify these numbers. If you will not agree with those authors who were eyewitnesses, put down their eyewitness, then I don't have solution for your question. But many Abyssinian authors, they denied the days of Oromos, and given Samawi party, one of their demand is to demolish these statues which was built in Arsi. In Europe, if you deny Holocaust, it is a crime. But in our country, if we put stones to remember our grandmothers and grandfathers, they are asking us to destroy it. And about alliance, we have to use historical linguistic material who are nearest to Oromo, who came out and supported Oromo by hundreds. Who are they? Consuls. Why? Who forces them? They are not politically mature, they don't have professors. Those, why? Because they are the next in language history. Consuls are the next from Eastern Cushitic people, the nearest to Oromo. La facite ukubali Oromo. Kanaf.
Thank you so much. We have to bring it to an end. Please welcome me in joining.
I've been here for legal issues.
Yep.
So I'm happy meeting you.
Absolutely, me too. I was really interested in some of what you were saying.
Yeah.
We should talk today. I will look you up and I will definitely.
I'll email you and we'll exchange ideas here because it is a very interesting.
Well, we've had a break. We're going to continue the next session, so stay a little bit.
According to the
After this panel, before the last panel? Okay, if people will tolerate that.
We are continuing, we are not breaking now. Can we take a break after the session, please?
We're going to continue. No, we're going to continue. We have enough time.
People are there.
Okay, our panelists, please come forward. Itana and Jawar. We're going to get started.
Right. We changed it. I'm just telling you.
No, we followed them before you said we started.
Don't follow.
If you're still in the hall, please have your seat so that we can start the panel. All right, I am kind of privileged to moderate this session led by young scholars. Itana Hapte is a PhD candidate at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. He's one of those leading edge scholars, ready to take the torch and take it the distance. Itana is, of course, a PhD candidate, but he has already written a book, rare in his class. That is, a PhD candidate, they're writing a dissertation, but he has already a book out. It's entitled Society, Revolution, and Military Intervention in Ethiopian Politics, Experiences of the Macha Oromo of Walaga under the Derg. Look it up on Amazon.com and buy. So he will be presenting on the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935-36 and the Oromo, lessons from the older memory and rebellions. Jawar Mohammed needs no introduction. So, having said that, needs no introduction, but I got to say something good about him. Well, as you know, as far as the protest movement the Oromo protest movement in Ethiopia is concerned, he is the hub, the clearinghouse of information, an indefatigable worker. I have seen him at work. I know that he has a mattress in his office. Even as you see right now, sitting over here, don't you think that he's really reading his presentation? He's still working. So, but without further ado, Itana, and then follow.
Thank you, Eskiel, for the introduction. So, as it is introduced, the title is a bit ambitious. The Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935-36 and the Oromo, lessons from older memory and rebellions. Let me introduce what I want to say before I get into the substance. It is almost common knowledge now, the Italian invasion of the Ethiopian Empire from their base in Eritrea on 3rd of October 1935 had succeeded in controlling Addis Ababa, the Ethiopian Empire's capital, by 5th of May 1936. Following defeat of Ethiopian Imperial Army in the hands of Italian invading forces, the rebellion in Ethiopia's southern parts, especially the Oromo, became a rule, not an exception. This paper is not intending to treat the Italian period per se, or it doesn't even attempt to look into major developments of the Italian period, because outstanding contours of that turbulent period is already discussed by leading scholars like Alberto Sbacchi and Anthony Mockler. Despite the title of my presentation, I will not also discuss about the Western Oromo Confederation, which is dealt with somewhere else. A beautiful article came out very recently by Skel Gabbisa himself. So I won't attempt dealing with it, but I will put a comparison that will help us understand what was going on in Oromo country. It is, therefore, although all of these factors have been discussed and developed, it is, however, less developed and less well understood that the reaction of the peasants to the disintegrating Ethiopian empire was more conscious and deliberately done against disintegrating empire. The peasant resistance, in particular, in many parts of the South, and especially in Oromo country, was not the manifestation of people in a state of chaos and uncertainty, as many people tried to present. Based on an example of a rebellion in Western Oromo country, I will try to bring an argument that the various forms of Oromo rebellion witnessed during the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935-36 were perhaps more conscious and sensible than existing scholarship may allow. Attempting to present a rebellion in Ethiopia's south, particularly in Oromo country, as one caused by disintegration of the Ethiopian empire is a matter of simplicity. A typology of society-state relations in work in the preceding 4 decades needs to be considered very seriously to understand what happened, especially between the end of 1935 and beginning of 1936 in many parts of Oromo country. The collective memory and rebellion generated by the relationship between society and the state in 4 decades before the invasion of Italian forces helps us understand many of the rebellions that happened in southern parts of Ethiopia. So society-state interaction between the 1880s and 1935 within the Oromo territories obviously carried lots of dynamics, which I have no time to discuss here, case by case. Nor will I attempt an analysis of issues surrounding Western Oromo Confederation as I raised before. Instead, I will attempt to bring to your attention about another equally important Oromo exercise, contemporary to the Western Oromo Confederation. It was born in the region of Gore in Ilu Abbabora, and remained unknown in historical records. Despite the Western Oromo Confederation, this exercise appears to have been isolated in terms of creating strategic external relations. In short, I use circumstances in Ilu Abbabora to showcase the subject at hand. So the structure it will look like only 2 sections. The first one is unexplored confrontations. I will mention only 2 examples. Abebe Birrus banditry, he was Oromo banditry rather. And what happened in Bedelle within hours, a kind of unreported tragedy. And in fact, I will focus on the exercise in Gore, the unknown Oromo government, maybe. So, Some historical records mention places that became violent and resisted the Ethiopian disintegrating Ethiopian empire when the army of the Ethiopian empire was defeated in the north. In the literature that is at our disposal, there is a clear tendency of generalizing this kind of confrontations, especially confrontations between Oromo peasants and the Ethiopian army returning from the battlefields, as unnecessarily determining the course of events. More importantly, they can be best explained as, quote unquote, deliberately relegated to trash cans of history. A brief overview of examples from Western Oromo country, as I have mentioned before. I am going to mention how this exercise, particularly around Gore, does not suit with what the existing scholarship discusses about. So let me briefly look at Ababa Birru's banditry. Ababa Birru's banditry, he was an Oromo, originated from grievances over issues of royal family fief in Limmu. Ababa Birru's banditry took the opportunities of Italian invasion and controlled a vast territory between Rogge and Nonno and established a kind of root government. I'm quoting a source. Ababa Birru had succeeded for months to establish this kind of government until it was defeated by Ras Imru's army, which was returning from the battlefield. In African studies, there is huge body of literature dealing with many forms of banditry. This body of literature characterizes banditry in the Abyssinian homeland as an instrument of social and political mobility. But the form of banditry we see in many parts of Oromo country does not seem to be used for social and political mobility. In fact, as Ababa Birru's career explains, this kind of banditry was born out of grievances that had been brought into by suppression and exploitation, particularly the Naftanya Gabbar system. Unlike northern Ethiopian banditry, in Oromo territories, banditry seems to agree with Hobsbawm's social banditry, but with significant deviation. According to Hobsbawm, social bandits were different from other outlaws and brigands who indiscriminately preyed on all sectors of society through their organic relationship with the peasantry. Examples in Zimbabwe, for example, and Mozambique, on the emergence of Hobsbawm's social bandits resembles the type of banditry observed in Oromo country, especially the example of Ababa Birru. Ababa Birru was defending peasants, Oromo peasants, against true bandits, meaning Ethiopian army, which were returning from the war fronts, but preying on civilian peasants and killing them on the spot. Ababa Birru was given a name banditry, but he was rather called an Oromo bandit by a certain source, which means he had a tendency of developing a memory of Oromo banditry than simply being a banditry. A number of sources agree that Imru's armies, Ras Imru's army was under constant attack in the region between Rogge and Nonno in western Ethiopia. And in this region, Ras Imru himself lost lots of soldiers, but he mentioned only bits of this information in his own autobiography and concealed many killings that he had committed himself, especially outside Bedele. What happened when he reached Bedele was very much surprising, and what he mentioned in his autobiography is also very much impressive. There is a source I am referring to, which was uttered by a Cuban army who served at a lower rank in Ethiopian Imperial Army and recorded the developments during Italian period in Spanish, and later on translated into Amharic by a Cuban-educated Ethiopian. And this person clearly described what happened outside Bedelle. In Bedelle, a rebellious Oromo Balabat organized the peasants outside the village of Bedelle. It was village by then. But after hours of confrontation, the rebellion was broken at gunpoint, and in hours, Bedelle was set on fire. And frightening number of peasants were killed, who were simply sitting down at their home. Ras Imrus simply says, some troublesome Balabats were creating problem in his march towards Gore. Let me quickly go into what happened in Gore. Very briefly, then I will finish my presentation. We know, almost all of us know, that the exiled Ethiopian government established some kind of local representative government in Gore, but we didn't know that Oromo had done something in Gore at the same time, which was very difficult to speak about by now, because we don't have any other source talking about this other than the Cuban account. Gore was chosen for two reasons by Ethiopian government by then to be used as a seat of its exiled government. The first reason was that Gore in southwestern Ethiopia had an advantage of hosting British consulates, and it had an access to international relations, especially London. The second one was economic reason. Southwestern Ethiopia was already a British protectorate, and it was very much useful for economic reasons as well. So the choice of Bedelle as a political seat by the defeated Ethiopian empire was not because it was supported by the surrounding population, but for strategic and economic reasons. But as soon as the Ethiopian government had organized a local government there was an equally provoked and organized movement by the peasants and local intellectuals, which I prefer to call them local intellectuals. As soon as Welde Zadik and Ras Imru began to lead this local government, which was representing the exiled and the defeated government, conflict was reported between Imru and Welde Zadik. No one had told us what happened in Gore, why these people fought against each other, or why they disagreed while they are still representing the same government. But this Cuban soldier states that Imru had some sinister move, declaring himself a kind of king over Ethiopia and attempting to restore Ethiopian government by defending the Italian colonial army, which was already overrunning many parts of Ethiopia. It was this move by Imru that had exposed what Oromo peasants were doing by then. As soon as Imru declared himself a king within his circle, his small army, the hill of Gore, where the palace or a small seat of the Ethiopian government was located, was encircled by an Oromo army as large as 30,000. When you look at the size of this army, you can see that this is not a force which came out very quickly, and it tells us that there was some organizing force behind it. Let me say briefly about this data, where it was mined from. This data is mined from a book entitled Qayyam Basa, translates the red line. Ayambasa is an autobiography of a Cuban military commander, Colonel Alejandro del Valle, who fought on the side of the Ethiopian Empire during the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935. Originally authored in Spanish, I said before, under the title which translates A White Man in a Miserable Black Country. In 1936-37, it was translated into Amharic in 2003. The translator changed the title of the book into Ayambasa in imitation of the name which was bestowed on this military officer by Emperor Haile Selassie for a simple reason that he appeared brave within the army. When he tells what happened when Imru declared himself a king representing the Ethiopian Empire, I will quote him. The translation is mine, the original data is in Amharic. It says, I quote, "Here is the truth. The Oromo had recently enthroned a governing king of their own. As local national group, the Oromo had fallen for many centuries under the rule of foreigners from faraway lands, which is the Amara. The local Oromo considered Ras Imru's declaration as a new king of Ethiopia. As an Amara moved to transfer the Oromo people from one Amara ruler to another, a move the Amara were unwilling to drop even after the fall of Haile Selassie. In the surroundings of Gore alone, the Oromo had about 30,000 able-bodied soldiers committed to guard their laws." The wealth of information in this quotation allows to suggest that after 4 decades of severe exploitation and ethnocultural oppression, there exists a strong memory of rebellion intending to regain ancestral lands lost to the empire decades ago. As we shall see below, the rebellion was a conscious and deliberate peasant move to regain their country and take the power of governorship into their hands. The rebellion observed in and around Gore was quite different from the state of lawlessness in Addis Ababa, for example. In fact, the rebellion in and around Gore appears to have established some form of peasant government. According to Colonel Alejandro del Valle, the movement in Gore created a government which had a clear structure. He said, this organization had a military camp located 15 kilometers away from Gore. In the same place was the government's military store where numerous old rifles, a few modern ones, thousands of arrows, uncountable spears were located. The same source says this organization had its own monarchy. It's very strange. There was a king who claimed blood relation with Liji Yasu and who was called Haile Selassie II. They had their own law. They had a minister of defense who called himself Ras Mulugeta. Ras Mulugeta died in the battlefield. He was minister of war of the Ethiopian Empire. They had a government treasury. They had clan leaders advising this semi-government organization. The rebellion in Gore, which succeeded to establish some form of peasant government, seems to have been informed by the same memory that informed the rebellion of Ababa Birru and the rebellion that was put forward by the leaders of Western Oromo Confederation. Even within the Ethiopian Imperial Army, whose social basis was a peasant, as it is today, there is a clear data in this account I am referring to, that there was a memory pointing to Amara-Oromo divide within Ethiopian Imperial Army. Let me quickly read what a certain military commander from Kobo said. He was from a local of Kobo. He said, I am not a friend of Rasim Muru. He belonged to the Amara people while I am of the Oromo. If we meet at this particular time, we will have to fight. I am not prepared for this, and my soldiers are not armed with adequate firearms. I will say a concluding statement with very brief insight. The genius of Gore government was it did not disclaim what it already possessed. Instead, it claimed institutions that exclusively belonged to the Ethiopian Empire with intention that to be used as a tool to assume power very quickly. Let me finish with this statement. If a government born of a rebellion by a section of Macha Oromo in 1935-36 had to aspire for national leadership that would rule the Ethiopian Empire, how much more should this be necessary for Oromia-wide uprising made it particularly difficult, that made it difficult for a minority regime in power to rule Ethiopia. Finally, the Minister of War of this government said in his conversation with this military commander, it is now the end of Amara hegemony in Ethiopia. Hereafter, Abyssinia would be ruled by the Oromos. Do you imagine this kind of consciousness in 1935-36? Never. I am not talking about the 1960s generation. I'm not talking about the 1970s generation. I'm not talking about the 1990s generation. This was the generation of 1935-36 who had seen from a small locality a vision of ruling the entire Ethiopia under the leadership of Oromo. Thank you.
Akkam waltan. Naragesanimi. Good afternoon. I'll start with a couple of notes. As you can hear, I have a quite terrible cold, so please don't expect the kind of energy I normally display, which might be good for those of you who have been asking me to talk slower. I was going to show a slide, but my right-hand woman is not here today. Normally, I put down my note together and Arfase creates those beautiful slides. Since she's not there, the slides are a mess, so I decided to just read it out from here. I'd like to say thank you to the current OSA leadership, Henok, Dr. Scale, and the team for organizing this beautiful event and for giving me the opportunity. This year's conference is historic in many senses. It's historic because it's taking place at the time of a critical, our movement has reached a critical point where our movement has reached probably its peak. But also it's historic because this is really a truly intergenerational gathering. I remember 10 years ago when I started attending OSA, the participants and the presenters were of a different mix. But today, when I look at the crowd, I see an interesting mix. From the scholars, we have the veterans, the guardians of this institution, Professor Mohammed Hassan, Abanne, Professor Mokria, and so on and so forth, many of you. But also, I see a lot of emerging scholars that are putting to rest the concerns of our elders, Dr. Awal, Henok, Itana Abte, Ahmed, and all these young people. When I see this, it's really, it makes the conference a very important one and a historic one, which ensures continuity of the legacy of this work. But also among the political leadership, It's an honor to see in this audience our veteran leaders, Bugalasa Dilbo, who has led us for so many years and continue to participate in our struggle. We have Bata Abdi, who has done so much work in the diplomatic front. We have Dr. Dima Nogo. We have Dr. Kuwe, Adekulani, and many more. Of course, we have a lot of young ones, it's really a great honor to be here with you guys. It's an honor to speak to you today. I told you, without my wife, I can't do much. So let me find. As you have seen, the topic of my presentation, I'll be speaking a little bit about Oromo protest. I will provide you some participatory observation I have made over the last 4 or 5 months, probably last 2-3 years. I will reflect on some of the achievements, probably provide a little bit of assessment about the strategies that have been deployed on our side, and also certain recommendations, suggestions about the future of this movement. Let me start with the achievements so that we can talk about how we were able to achieve, how the movement is able to achieve what it has achieved. I would like to categorize the achievements into two. Achievements at tactical level and also at strategic level. By tactical, achievements that are of immediate effect. By strategic, I mean achievements that will help in the future of the movement and beyond. At tactical level, remember this movement was a rally around the master plan, an opposition to the master plan. So at tactical level, forcing this regime to cancel the master plan is a significant achievement. It's not strategic, it's a small achievement, but making an Abyssinian regime that is known for getting its way and never backing down, to back down and cancel a master plan that it devised and invested a lot of resources on is a very significant achievement. Another tactical achievement of this movement is forcing this regime to admit guilt and to apologize. This is unheard of in their culture. It's unheard of in the culture of the system. We know they are doing this for tactical reasons. We know they are doing this to deceive the public, but they are forced. They didn't do this willingly. And this movement is the first in history to force a regime in Ethiopia to admit guilt and say sorry. Another achievement is the diplomatic here at PR level. The diplomatic achievement can be categorized in both a tactical level and strategic level. I think the diplomatic at the PR level or at the tactical level is significant for all kind of representatives in the US, in Australia, in Europe, to speak against this regime in a language that is quite different, in a language that acknowledges the root cause of the problem, in a language that acknowledges the just cause of Oromo people, and doing it at a time when the movement was hot and burning. Was very important in encouraging the people who are participating in the movement. Obviously, in connection to this, the media coverage. So far, Oromo protest has gotten coverage from over 300 international media outlets. And most of it, probably about 80% of this media coverage has been positive. And I think this tactical achievement cannot be ignored. When we go to the strategic achievements, the main achievement of this movement is it is the homecoming of the struggle. Our struggle has been in exile for about 2 decades now. There has been at OSA in different forums, there was a debate, there was a discussion about I think this year, what the young people, farmers, doctors, and engineers have done is take back the movement without waiting for the exiled leadership and the exiled activists. They took home, they made us their followers and their supporters. I think that is major strategic achievement. I call it strategic Because once it is rerouted, once our struggle is rerouted at the grassroots level in Oromia, everybody will start playing their role, and the outcome of it, that movement itself, is not going to be an imposed or an imported democracy. It is going to be organic democracy. Therefore, I call it a strategic achievement that will shape the future, that will have positive impact in the future. Another achievement, another significant achievement of this movement, particularly the speed it went on, and the achievement, the goals, the tactical strategic objective is achieved, how much it shook the regime. The full restoration of collective self-esteem is another important achievement. As I've spoken in multiple occasions, one of the challenges we were facing 3-4 years ago was the collapse of collective self-esteem in the Oromo political community, where because of internal crisis and various situations, our people began to doubt its own leaders. They began to doubt their own resolve, their own capabilities. But the surprising, fast and lightning movement that we have seen over 4 months created reawakening and confidence in themselves. And today, whether those our brothers who are driving taxi in DC or those doctors who are serving in Tugrambessa, they are proud to call themselves Oromo, and they speak loud in cafes. I think that restoration of collective self-esteem is essential for what we are going to do in the future. Another important achievement is demystifying the myth about Oromos. The myth about Oromos that perpetuated by our adversaries and by foreign media and also international scholars, and also accepted by some of our Oromo brothers and sisters. The doubts about Oromo, that Oromos are not unified people, it's just a bunch of scattered tribes with no unified agenda, with no internal unity, has been repeated for a long time. What Oromos have done by rising in unison, by acting in a very surprising way, and by providing the world probably a new model of social movement, the Oromos showed that they are not only a political community, they are not just one nation, but also a nation that can act together towards advancing a national agenda and to defend national interest. Also, another myth is fear-mongering about Oromos. If Oromos are liberated, if Oromos become independent, if Oromos get power, they are going to slaughter this, they are going to do that, they are going to destroy the country. The Oromos liberated themselves in so many towns. I counted about 35, 36 towns from west to east and south and central. They liberated themselves for days, in some areas for weeks. Remember, Oromia is a country of nationalities. There is no town where there is no Gurage. Okay? Wherever, even in those towns where they liberated, kicked out the militias, they ensured that the safety of life and property of others who reside among them is guaranteed and guarded. Many elders and students gave their life defending the property of Tigray. Remember, these are Tigrayan generals and Tigrayan soldiers and Tigrayan leaders who were attacking people, who were killing people, but our people did not avenge. They defended. By doing that, they demystified the false narrative and fear-mongering about Oromo people. Of course, the diplomacy again comes here. And the diplomatic, I put it in a strategic achievement because what makes this year's diplomatic achievement, particularly the European resolution, is it is an official recognition of the Oromo cause. When we go back, I mean, my elders can speak a lot about this. When we go back 40 years, 50 years, people like Haile Vida in Europe were trying to persuade scholars, European scholars, not to call us with that derogatory name. For a European parliament to gather together and pass a resolution that looks like OLF's political program is a major achievement. Once they put that down on ink, they cannot work back. So this, I call it a very important strategic achievement. Of course, finally, the other strategic achievement we have is a weakened enemy. Both the one in power and the other have become significantly wounded. I will speak about it a little bit. That is important. Now let me speak a little bit about some of the strategies that have been quite useful. Let me talk about the strengths of some of the strategies. Agenda setting. One of the strongest move this movement has made over the last 2 years is setting the agenda, internally and externally. Internally, by picking land as the major issue, it provided the diverse Oromo political community with a unifying agenda. We've been searching for this for a long time, and land, since it's central, not only as a means of livelihood, but also as a significant part of our culture, our life, served very well. By picking on the master plan, which is basically a question of land, it unified the Oromos. And also winning the narrative war. Remember, in politics, the fight is not just about capturing a field or about putting demonstration here and there. The narrative war, we were on top of it. We defeated it. How did the Oromos do this? By being proactive and sustaining the discourse. The master plan was picked up around 2004, and since the Oromos defined it first, what is master plan? What harm does it cause? What is its objective? By defining it, by speaking about it, and by talking about it in a sustained fashion, in academia, in media, in social gathering, we were able to force the regime to react. It has to explain again and again. It was responding. Oromos were proactive and the regime was forced to be reactive. Not only that, after the protest started, by providing first evidence, first information. We were getting first information about what's happening on the ground. We were providing this to the public. The public was providing us. This created a situation where the regime is always following at the back. I think this is the first time in our history where the movement was leading the whole political discourse in the region. So I think the narrative war is how the way we played with the narrative is another strategic strength. Another strength I see in the strategy is also the organizational model. I think Reneo spoke about this earlier, and different people spoke about the Gada. Gada, there is a political system, but there is also the Gada psychology. The Oromo society by nature is not organized in a hierarchical way. If you look at our Borona Guji brothers today, the Bagada and the participant of the assembly, they sit on the same level. Nobody sits at a higher level. That signifies that our society is structured and conditioned to think and act in horizontal fashion than in hierarchical fashion. When our movement was emerging in the 60s and 70s, obviously the Marxism as well as the Abyssinian model was adopted, which made it difficult to mobilize as fast and as effective as it should have been. What made this year is Gada made social media. Gada is a horizontal structure. Social media is also a horizontal structure. When these Gada people who are conditioned, who inherited that horizontal behavior, began to use social media, which allows for much more horizontal approach rather than the hierarchical approach. Finally, I think the tactical innovation we have seen in so many parts of the country, the continuous change of tactics, the continuous improvement of weaknesses has kept the regime at its toes and helped the movement move forward. Some weaknesses, some areas that need room, that there is some still room for improvement, significant improvement. There is going to be need for better operational coordination. Right now at district level, at zonal level, we're doing okay, but there is, as a regime employs much more resources, as the regime learns some of our tactics, I think that our operatives on the ground need to improve coordination. They need to move a little faster, and they need to act to reduce cost while increasing efficiency. Another weakness I see that actually concerns us with the academia and the diaspora is the political elite as well as the academic elite is lagging behind, because we have to provide them with ideological weapons. We don't have to lead, but we really need to go on the same speed as the movement. The future. It's important, and I want to repeat what I've been saying in Afan Oromo. The TPLF regime is now a wounded pig, a wounded wild pig, not the Ferengi pig. It's a wounded pig. Where I grew up, they advise you not to bother killing a pig. The pig comes and destroys your harvest. Don't bother. Just scratch it a little bit. Because a wild pig, once it's scratched, it has a lot of fat, it dies. It might stay 2 months, 3 months, it's going to die. TPLF is a wounded pig. The Oromos have hit it on its weak point, on its Achilles heels. It's a wounded pig, it will die. That is a certain. Only one thing will save TPLF now. Only one thing, a strategic mistake on our part. If we make strategic mistakes, which I will point out down next, we might extend its life. What should we do to make sure we don't extend it? We must maintain a strategically guided assault on the regime. The internal assault must be intensified, the external assault must be intensified, but the cost need to be reduced. The cost need to be reduced. We must continue to attack it from inside and outside. We need to avoid distraction, particularly the diaspora. The diaspora need to focus and maintain following and supporting. If we go back to our ideological debates and factional bickering, there is going to be a serious problem, and that problem will extend the life of TPLF. Finally, the future. When we talk about the future, the Oromo political community need to prepare itself to transition from resistance politics to governance. We have reached at that point where the movement is about to commence its first phase, which is the resistance politics. We must prepare for governance politics. What do I mean by this? We must develop a solid social contract. Internally, we must develop a social contract among our diverse groups, diverse interests, so that the day after a change, we will not be faced with internal problems. We also have to develop a social contract with our neighbors. We have to, there is a discussion, Dan was talking about alliances. We got to go beyond alliances. I'm not worried about bringing down TPLF. We will do it. But we got to develop a system, we got to develop a certain level of understanding among ourselves and our neighbors, as well as other interested groups in the region. We got to build a pillar of power. Destroying power is simple. We have shown it over the last 4 months, over the last 2 years. A lot of movements, a lot of freedom movements make the mistake of completely focusing on bringing down the power instead of building another power. Therefore, we have to build a pillar of power, and the key pillar of power that's missing is the army. Remember, the Oromo is like an elephant. An elephant needs big, strong bones to walk, to survive, and also to be a dependable partner for others. Of course, we do have other pillars. The bureaucracy, the existing bureaucracy needs to be maintained. It has to be reformed, because we didn't have bureaucracy 25 years ago. Now we have it. But one pillar that needs to be focused is on the army. Finally, we got to develop policies and strategies. Security, on economic, on foreign policy. Why? We must study what went wrong with post-independent Africa. We must study what happened with our neighbors who fought with us and got their independence. To fight for freedom is one thing. To fight the enemy, to get rid of the enemy is one thing. But the day after you win, the very people who are pushing the regime with you are going to expect you to feed them, to give them policies and to provide them governance that will change their life. Because they're not fighting just to get rid of TPLF. They are fighting so that the obstacle, the TPLF or the Abyssinian regime, will be gone, and they gotta fight the poverty. Our people have been in poverty for so long, they need to get on with their life and work hard. Therefore, we must be very, very, right now, particularly, those of you in this room, the academia, the intellectual, need to work very, very hard to develop policies and strategies that will convince our people today and also become reliable tool in the future. And I just want to conclude this by saying, this is the most critical time in our life. It's the most critical time in Oromo and Ethiopia in the region. Ethiopia of yesterday is no longer. The Oromo of 4 months ago is no longer. The Oromo have transformed the region with their blood. But we must make sure the Bilisuma we wish is not just a Bilisumma where we chant and sing, go home, but after Bilisumma, there are going to have to be significant improvement in the lives of our people. To do that, we must prepare today and we must work together. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you. Maybe as an incoming OSA president, I want to say one thing about OSA. We do a thankless job most of the time. And we were the first now to say that over the other behind. But one of the things that OSA does is refuting the lies that have been told about the Oromo. Itana's presentation shows that Oromo nationalism did not start yesterday. It's not a nationalism that was devised by the elite simply to grab power. It's rooted in Oromo's struggle against colonialism, dating back to 1936. That's just one example. Thank you for that. And I thank Jawad for saying that the Oromo protest that have lasted for 5 months right now is a model, a new model of social movement that its roots and branch homegrown. So thank you for that. Now we have about some minutes for questions and answers. So we'll take one from this row, this next one, and that over there. What did you come?
Thank you very much, both of you. I'm putting a question for Itana. Being lived in Italy, I know a bit of Italian history. So based on that, I think you did a lot of history. Is there any benefit or positive gain from Italo-Ethiopian war for both Ethiopia and Oromo itself? Did you get your question?
No, I didn't get your question.
I'm not listening.
I'm listening.
Is there a problem?
Was there any benefit from or positive gain? Any benefit or gain from the Italo-Ethiopia war to the Oromo of that time and the Ethiopian government after the war?
He's listening now.
Okay, thank you. My question is also for Tana. The history was, what you present is very new for me. It is interesting, but my question is, the power struggle between Amara and Oromo at that time was new for me, but power struggle between Amara and Tigray was clear in Ethiopian history. Tigray get power after a long time, and what we see is no different in Amara power, Amara's rulers. So my question for you is, maybe Oromo knows what happened at that time, but don't you think maybe they said, okay, if you will just the power and take the power and rule Ethiopia, there will no good come out of that. And so they said, instead of going for power, they want to go for democracy and for Oromo cares instead of going for Ethiopia. Do you get my answer? Question?
Yes, I do.
Listening this time. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the presenter for a very eloquent presentation. My question specifically goes to Joa. As we know, there is active protest going on back home. But this protest more active in the rural area than in the urban area. When we see the trends of peaceful protests from the world, it was the protest which took place in the urban area or in the cities which opened the area region. So what sort of mechanism do we maybe sort out to bring the protest more active, to make it more active in the urban area so that we can achieve strategic thank you very much.
Two more questions.
Back over there. Yep. New faces.
Thank you. My question is for Joel. With regard to the protest, as we know, it has been said, it has been going on and on and on. But as the current president of OSA said a few days ago on his radio interview he gave to VOA, protest is not enough by itself. There should be an alternative way of achieving what is going on. And that is what the millions of Oromo want to hear as well, want to know. What would you suggest to millions who are really eager to hear or eager to have a strong leadership that leads them to a victory? What would you suggest to them? Because they are crying out for a strong leadership, and that is what we really don't have. We don't hear. We are scattered all over the place. As you also said, the political elite are lagging behind. Yes. So what is the alternative? And we have been warned yesterday morning as well by Professor Mohammed. If you really believe that the master plan is cancelled, you are killing yourself. So what is the alternative?
Okay.
Can protest going on?
We got it.
Thank you.
We have 10 minutes, so let them answer the questions. And if we have more time, I will take more questions.
Okay. The first question is if there was any benefit for the Oromo from the Italo-Ethiopian war. Of course, we can't deny Italo-Ethiopian war created an opportunity to his question was there any benefit gained by the Oromo from the Italo-Ethiopian war? So what I'm saying is we can't deny the opportunity created by the war for the Oromo and other peoples in Ethiopia's south. But what my intention is not to present about this fact, which many of us already know, but I was trying to say, although the war created an opportunity, the memory of defiance and rebellion created by state-society relationship over the preceding 4 decades was already there, and the war was only a reason. The Oromo rebellion was not caused by disintegration of the empire. The memory of defiance and rebellion was already there, and this was what was seen in many movements in various parts of the Oromo. That is my intention. About the second question, again, my intention is not to choose for the Oromo to go for a political alternative of ruling Ethiopia or focusing on Oromia. My intention is to bring an experience within the Oromo which was not known yet because of lack of historical sources, and to get something from it in case it educates people, whoever we are. That is my intention. Thank you.
I think the question about why is it so active in rural but not urban? Isn't it interesting? That's why I said a new model of social movement. In Ethiopia and elsewhere, protesters, oppositional activities are mostly concentrated in urban areas, but this one is rural-based, mostly rural. Why? I think it's a strategic decision from my assessment, because in any struggle, you gotta identify your strengths and your adversary's weakness. because most Oromos, the majority are in rural areas, and obviously mobilizing the rural areas is very important, easier. That's important. I think also when it comes to the regime's control over rural area is not as strong as it believed. This Tokoshane one Gare goat system that has been overanalyzed has been turned upside down, and I think that's one reason. The second is also, remember, this is a very defining phase of the struggle. Remember when I discussed about the narrative, particularly defeating the fear-mongering narrative about Oromo. The Oromophobia was very important. In urban areas where Oromos are outnumbered, it would have been, particularly at the initial stage, it would have been easier to use agent provocateurs to create tension, to create conflict. But by focusing on rural villages and rural towns, that was avoided. It was a strategic move. Can the movement do in urban areas? Yes, it can. Have you seen the Temkat celebration in Finfinne? A lot of people are saying, damn, there are this many Oromos in the city. Yes, when the time comes, it's important, but it has to be strategically guided. Cities like Dreda, cities like Finfinne need to be carefully done. It is possible. Remember, if you followed in Shashamane, you would understand why it was important to focus on more rural areas. I don't see it as a drawback. I don't see it as a weakness. I think it was a brilliant move by the organizers, by strategists to do that. The question about leadership, do they need a strong leader or leadership? Oromos cannot and will not allow a strong leader. That's what I'm talking about. These are horizontally structured society. You can try, you can scream like I do, you can do whatever it takes. They will not accept. They will not succeed through that kind of Abyssinian type Yegobazaleka. No, it doesn't work. The Oromos are horizontally structured. I think they have built leadership. A lot of people, Ferengis and everybody else asks me, who is the leader? The leader is everybody. The leader is everybody. It is the doctor. Who is treating these people? We don't have aura today. Who is treating these people? Because everybody has taken responsibility, they are going. But I know what you are saying is beyond that. That what you are saying is there is a need for a unified political organization. That's absolutely necessary. At this phase, we gotta move towards having a solid voice and a unified political entity. Also, for example, right now we are facing humanitarian crisis. There is plenty of money. Our people out here are donating. But we don't have aura today. Yes, for 4 months our people on the ground can sustain it, but not for the next 4 years, not for the next 14 months. So having that kind of national institutions that will guide our foreign policy, that will do our diplomatic work, that will do our humanitarian work is absolutely necessary. I think that's what needs to be done in the next weeks and months.
I will start with this one question because we're only 4 minutes. 4 minutes, that's what's left.
I'm not asking a question. I want to comment. Well, done as but there is, this war is known. I went in the late 60s at a children in Midyear, 14 It was a wonder. And they was trying to tell me about this story, but I was not interested. So, you must do, some kind of field research out there. I think that me and Elsa Utama, we were talking about this, and he told me a lot about that. He knows also a lot about this. So this, out there, but nobody has researched it on.
Is that a question? Okay, then Corey.
It's not a question, but 5 seconds. I just wanted, yesterday I was disrupted, including women. I wanted to be orderly today, so I really would like to acknowledge my comrade, Nalma Isa, that's here. She has been forgotten. People don't name her as the hero of our liberation movement, so I think that's important, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Okay, all right. We don't have a Gobazalaka, we have a Kabesaat, so. We have 15 minutes break time, and then we'll get back here at 6, right?
10 break time.
10 break time, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Well, yeah, I didn't know this, but it's the same conclusion though. The same conclusion.
chap who's complaining that he's been in Djibouti since 2001. Friends have been resettled, but he has not. He survived 2 waves of refoulement from Djibouti, and he's scared. He said, now I'm finished my tolerance. I would like to cross to anywhere, because what will happen the 3rd time? He goes on to say, I'm not moving freely through the country, Djibouti this is. Even I sleep by changing place day to day. So, and that story is repeated 250,000 times around the world. The only other slide I'm going to show is one that depicts one of our presenters here. This is Garoma after he was arrested in 1997, but more of that anon. I will hand over to Trish now. And I will introduce Tricia from over there, because that's where I've got my notes. Okay, can I do this? Patricia is the country coordinator for Amnesty International. She's a long-standing member of Amnesty International and has been part of the team on the Horn of Africa since August 2013. And she's the country coordinator for Ethiopia and Kenya. She lived in Ethiopia working in the Ministry of Education between 2009 and 2011, and now works at the Centre for Applied Human Rights at the University of York, managing the Protective Fellowship Scheme for Human Rights Defenders at Risk. So over to Patricia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me again? Thanks for staying, and I promise I won't keep you very long, partly because I now realise you're all experts in the field of human rights in Ethiopia, and a lot of what I'll say is quite general, and my colleagues here in the panel will give you much more information. So I was going to speak about freedom of assembly and association and freedom of expression, and while I was researching this, obviously the word freedom is a very loose term, and it struck me that, well, I had to check that Ethiopia is still a member of the United Nations Council for Human Rights, and apparently it is for the next 2.5 years, even though it doesn't seem to hold it, well, very many. So obviously these freedoms are held, guaranteed by the Constitution, but extremely limited, and as you're well aware, in recent times almost all major assemblies of protests have led to mass arrests and killings, and the government's labelling of peaceful protesters as terrorists has just escalated the violent response. Amnesty in the autumn of 2014 published a report, I'm sure many of you have seen it, and it was called Because I Am a Roma, and it focused specifically on the repressions within the Oromia region, and this obviously was before the recent ones that started again in November. I'm not going to read all of that, but one of the interesting things in the summary at least is to say between 2011 and 2014 at least 5,000 Oromas were arrested as a result of their actual or suspected peaceful opposition to the government. So, as you know, you don't even have to say anything, is that okay? Recent arrests you're well aware of. Amnesty, as you probably know, is not able to enter Ethiopia, so it's very dependent on receiving reports as Human Rights Watch and other organisations are. Rights Watch, sorry. But one of the things that worries one of the many things is that a lot of the people that are held have been held in military camps, detention centres, temporary ones, and because of this they're even further at risk because they're beyond the normal legal protection mechanisms. Most of them don't have access to lawyer or even families, and therefore remain at great risk of torture and ill treatment. And it's not just safe to protest here as well, or it's not just in Ethiopia these things happen. There are reports by the diaspora living both in the UK and the US that Ethiopian security agents operate there or here. So I don't know if you were photographed on your way in today or yesterday, but people at this type of meetings and demonstrations are filmed. It's also been reported that the Union of Oromo Students in Europe is infiltrated and monitored also by the Ethiopian government. But the government does encourage rallies and demonstrations as long as it's on their side. And certainly when I was living in Ethiopia, I lived in Debre Marcos for the first year, and I was there during the 2010 election, working at the university, and everybody was highly encouraged to go and to take part in the rallies before and after the election. And in fact, the students and teachers were told quite clearly what the consequences would be if they didn't attend such rallies. Okay, freedom of expression. Quickly, again, this is guaranteed in the law, and I mean, I don't know what the rest of the panel will say, but to me it's almost zero freedom of expression, both in public and the private sphere. The press, almost all independent newspapers have either been asked to, well, they've been asked to close or they've been closed. They're often accused of incitement, of encouraging violent overthrows of the government. Many of the private newspapers report informal editorial control by the government through article placement requests and calls from government officials concerning articles perceived as critical of the government. The private sector and government journalists routinely practice self-censorship. Okay, I'm nearly there. The Committee for the Protection of Journalists, their statistics, Ethiopia is the 4th worst jailer of journalists. That's after North Korea and China and Egypt. It's the 2nd country where most journalists have fled from. Syria's the 1st. And obviously, broadcast, the public television is controlled, and the government often jams foreign broadcasts. Telephones are monitored. Freedom House reports that the regime maintains paid informants, so government's tapping phones. The most worrying thing, of course, in the growing area is the internet surveillance, as when you've got only one state internet telephone company, then there is a lot of control and a lot of blockage of different sites. I won't go through all those different ones. Spyware, which Felix, I'm sure, can tell you more about if you're interested in, is a very sophisticated piece of software that is being used to infiltrate people's computers. I often get sent malware viruses. The only email address I get sent malware viruses to my Amnesty email. I have 3 other email addresses, and none of them seem to receive the same ones. And again, the Human Rights Watch report of last year, or 2 years ago, gives great detail in all the different types of monitoring. So finally, freedom of expression, no, there isn't one. It's increasing, not just directly, but electronically, as you know, and so there is very limited freedom of expression, both publicly and privately. Amnesty, we just choose one person out of the thousands that are held. As you probably know, it's a Skinder Nega, and we use our voice here and have regular protests at the Ethiopian Embassy in London, which does annoy them. So it's something we can do, and we'll continue doing it. I'll leave it there, okay? Is that? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You continue. Oh, you already? Okay.
The guy is professional school teacher in Ethiopia. He got a master's degree in Russia, in the sciences, in 1989. And in 1993, he did a particularly brave thing, which he set up the Udaji newspaper, which published information about human rights abuses in Ethiopia, in Amharic and in Oromo. And he carried on doing that until he was arrested in October 1997. In 1996, he helped to establish the Human Rights League, Education and Reporting Organisation. But this didn't really get off the ground before he was arrested. He was held for almost 4 years and then released in 2001. Eventually fled to Canada, where, not giving up, he's resumed teaching, but he's also set up the Human Rights League of the Horn of Africa. And that was set up in 2007. And despite earning a living full-time teaching, he often contacts me at either end of the day. He's up before me and he goes to bed after me, campaigning about human rights abuses in Ethiopia. So over to Garo.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Trevor, for perfect, I can say, saying about me, but it's a lot. In any way, I will continue. Just many of you know that Human Rights League of the Horn of Africa is focusing on Horn of Africa, especially on Ethiopia and Oromia. So today what we are going to see is the social movement in Oromia. The social movement in Oromia, this is a big agenda for me, and there are a lot subtitles. So since I have 10 minutes to cover all the titles, I want to give you some pointers or underline to you to put in your mind to get when I'm just really moving very fast. So in this under this agenda, or you can say under this topic, I'm going to talk what is social movement. This is sociologists knows better than me. In any way, I want to give you some brief. And the second is cause of social movement in Oromia. In Oromia context, what is going what is happening now? And the third one, kinds of social movement. When I'm talking about kinds of social movement, at present, what kind of social movement is in Oromia, or what type of social movement they are following? And again, the same thing, forms of social movement. There are different social movements in sociology. So which form we are just pursuing now? Which form Oromos are pursuing? And the fifth one is stage of the social movement, the stage of social movement. There are certain stages, or maybe 5, 6 stages, under which stage or on which stage the Oromo social movement is now. And the other one is the response to the social movement in Oromia, the response from outside, from different organizations, human rights organizations and the states. And how do you see that? Is that enough or not? As I heard from many presenters, we are forgotten. But I have another opposite answer for that, just to see it. And the last one is the state duty as a state, Ethiopian state I mean, and responsibility and accountability for what is happening in Oromia now. So let me go to the first one. I'm going through it very fast. This is also subtopic. What is social movement? When we're talking about social movement, it means that it is a movement which is led by a group for social change. Simple definition. So in Oromo case, if you see on the other side, red background, it is especially for Oromo. So Oromo social movement today is led, or it is really accompanied by all Oromos. That means from children, especially then schooling children, kids, back home, that means in the rural area, up to university lecturers or up to university students, including doctors, medical doctors. So the social movement in Oromia today is really supported by all people in Oromia, we can say, farmers and educators, everybody. So if you see, let's see kind of social movement in general. There are, as you see, we have around 4 social movements or kinds of social movements. So Oromo is, today in Oromia, the social movement Oromo nation demand is to change, what they demand is to change the existing social order. This is what they are demanding in their protests, to change the existing social order, I said, through radical change. What do you mean by radical change? Because here we have 4 kinds of social movements. So the first one is alternative, they look up to 4. And the radical change will come if they follow the 4th one, revolutionary social movement. So it means that today what we have in Oromia is type of or kind of social movement in Oromia is a radical one. They want change of the state. Why do they want to change our state? Because they are segregated. The Oromos are segregated for a long time, and they lost their voices and everything. For such type of injustice, the social movement they should follow is the radical one. So this is what they are demanding. This is what they are saying. I'm not saying, I'm not a programmer. This is what we see from their slogans. So when you say who are the social activists, we can say social movement or social activists or human rights activists. Today all Oromo are human rights activists, I can say. Or they are social activists. They are leading social movement because they were marginalized in Ethiopia for a century. So they want to rid of such type of segregation, or you can say forgotten, or such type of crime against what is going up to them. So if you see who are the social activists on the other side, who are social activists in Oromia, elementary school students.
Sorry to interrupt because I'm holding up this piece of paper saying 5 minutes, and you're looking everywhere except.
Okay. Okay. Let's see who are included in the social movements of Oromia. From elementary school students up to all Oromos in the diaspora. So I'm going fast and fast. And look now, this photograph. These are second grade students. That means 7, 6, 8-year students age. So when we are talking about social movements, who included in these social movements? Because we have social injustice. If there is social injustice, always it will be, or there will be social movements. So who are included under these social movements? You can see just I said that from small children up to or farmers or elders. So I'm simply going to show the forms. So if you see, the first cause for social movement in Oromia is the land grabbing. I want to see the land grabbing in context of human rights. So now in Ethiopia, land is for government. Government owns the land. But this is incorrect, or this is really, government cannot own the land according to the international agreement, especially if you see the first one is Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 17.1, it says everyone has the right to own property. Land is one of the properties people can own. So and again, international covenants on civil and political rights, Article 1.2, and again, International Covenant, Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the same thing under Article 1.2. They say that all people may, for their own needs, freely dispose their natural wealth. So if you attach this one, so by taking the land of Oromos or any nation, the government made a mistake or is accountable for what is happening. So let's see forms of social movement or social activism. I said we have 6 types of social activism. From these 6 social activism, Oromos are just following the second one, non-violent. It is amazing. Before just maybe the President Jawar says that even people who liberated their area are really defending the properties of other people who came from other places, for example, Tigray. So this means this is absolutely non-violent. So Oromo is just pursuing this non-violent. 2 minutes, okay. So let's see a stage of social movement. That's very important. What kind of, how many stages we have? We have 4 stages. Today, the stage on which the Oromo social movement is happening is the second stage. That is coalesce. Coalesce means first there is a movement emerge. At that time, everybody has a pen, but they are not coming together and discuss what will happen or what to do. As a second, everybody brought his pen and just discussed with each other and try to find the solution. So the third one, if you now Oromo is pursuing the second one or on the second stage. Finished? Just a second, okay. And if you see the third one, let's go to the fourth one, the decline. When you are saying the decline means that don't see in negative way only. So social movement can be succeeded. Look at the end of at the bottom of this table. Success, repression, co-option, and failure. These are 4 before reaching the decline. Decline means just end it. It doesn't mean that the decline you simply left it. No. So if you be successful, at the end of your success, you are going to decline. But today, Oromo is on repression stage, just from this one. I said success, we didn't succeed still, or Oromo didn't succeed because it is ongoing now. As the middle, it is on the stage of repression. That means they are killing, the government is killing or trying to really make a failure or just to bring to the failure. So this is actually the structure of that. And doctor, just a minute. So I want to say this again because it's the same thing. So I want to go to the accountability. Everybody participated, even here. So this is warning 2 graphics. So during the repression, this is happening. This is what is happening in Oromia now. People are killed everywhere. So today, there are more than 400 Oromos were killed since November up to now. These are who were buried by their families. But there are others who were just killed and thrown in the bush. Every day, the new people who were killed before a month are coming because they are putting in bush, in water everywhere. So these are repression. For example, if you see this woman, somebody read about the killed pregnant woman. This lady was in her room. She was killed. She 7 months pregnant. They killed her and throw her away. So. Look these numbers. In 2014, when Addis Ababa Integrated Plan was started, 81 were killed. This I present on international fora, and the government denied, and they said only we killed 9, which is really nobody gave them a right to give to kill even 1. And from 2015 November up to now, 400 were killed. These are which are just already known.
Can you wrap up now, Garama?
Sorry?
Can you wrap up now?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Okay. So at the end, I want to show the response. The response, actually the response is good. As our friend said, it is really amazing. Otherwise, we have to push them to just participate more. In U.S. State Department, they gave 3 responses, which is really good with different words stressing that in Ethiopia the repression is taking place. And the UN experts, European Union, Human Rights Watch, by the lead of Felix, and Amnesty International, and Ethiopian Human Rights project. So I have to stop here. Doctor is pushing me on question and answers. We will come together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Guru. I'm sorry to
it's okay.
To rush you there.
Okay.
Okay, and next up we have Felix Horn, who will be who doesn't have a presentation. I'm delighted to say. There we are. Felix is the researcher for Human Rights Watch covering Ethiopia and Eritrea. He's based in Ottawa. He's been documenting human rights dimensions of Ethiopia's development programs, telecom surveillance, media freedoms, misuse of the counter-terrorism law, and other issues in the Horn of Africa, including the most recent unrest. He's only just got back from Kenya, where he was interviewing a lot of students who fled over the border from Ethiopia with the recent crackdown. And prior to working for Human Rights Watch, Felix has worked on a variety of indigenous rights issues and land issues in northern Canada, and internationally he holds a Master's in Resource Environmental Management from Dalhousie University. Over to Felix. Thank you.
Thanks, Trevor. I realize I'm going to have to speak very quickly. One of the questions I commonly get asked in the context of these protests is why are there not more media outlets covering it? And as Jawar mentioned, there's been about 300, and I think for Ethiopian stories in the international media, that's actually quite significant. At the same time, there hasn't been a lot of sort of depth to the stories. A lot of that has been regurgitating of information that has been in press releases by different international organizations. So I think it's important to maybe look at why there's not a lot of information out there in the media, in international NGOs that is seen as credible. Patricia talked about restrictions on freedom of expression and the media inside of Ethiopia. And I think everyone's familiar with the cases of Iskender and the misuse of the counterterrorism law, and also of all of those journalists that are now living in exile. But I think something that I found surprising when researching media freedoms in Ethiopia, we actually came out with a report in March of last year called Journalism is Not a Crime, is just how the government systematically targets different aspects of media. So it's not just the journalists that are targeted, but they systematically target printers, distributors, anything that's involved with the creation of a publication. So one of the greatest challenges that independent publications face is just finding a printer that will print their publications. When they find one that's willing to do it, invariably by the time the second or third issue comes around, the printer has been pressured to drop that publication, sometimes through direct pressure from cadres and from the security apparatus, but sometimes also through incentives that only government can offer, like large advertising contracts, things like that. Sources are also regularly targeted. So we documented many cases where individuals were arrested or otherwise harassed for speaking to Voice of America, for Deutsche Welle, etc. And I think most critically is that a lot of individuals within Ethiopia and within Oromia specifically know that that's a risk of talking to a foreign or to a domestic or a foreign journalist. Patricia mentioned this sort of editorial control, and there's lots of examples that we documented of that as well. I mean, one that I remember was in the Barana Zone, small community radio project, where somebody submitted a story that looked at the opening of a health clinic that was built by a U.S. NGO, not just built, but built and run by a U.S. NGO. And that was changed to it was built by the government, it's run by the government officials. He refused to go with that, and he lost his job, he was arrested, and he was beaten quite badly in detention. So there's lots of ways that the government uses to ensure that independent coverage of these type of events doesn't happen. So when you look at the media coverage of the protests, and we talk about international coverage, which is important, but within Ethiopia, there's been very little independent coverage of this. Not none, there have been a few publications that have managed to kind of walk that fine line. And I've had some stories that are quite critical about the government's handling of the protests, but there haven't been many, which means that those in Addis or those that are elsewhere in Ethiopia don't understand what is actually happening on the ground in Oromia. They don't have access to that sort of, to Oromo voices. Many international journalists call us to try to find out about what's happening or how they can go, how they can get information. We put out our little 300-word dispatches or our press releases. Some international outlets will cover that, but that, for most of them, that just kind of piques their interest, and they want to know more about what's happening, and they want to go to Ethiopia to understand firsthand what is happening. But when you look at the security issues for them, for their translators, for their fixers, for those that they speak to, the rural versus urban component, which was talked about a little bit, is also very important. It's very difficult to get to some of these rural areas as the protests are happening, given that they happen on different days. They're somewhat unannounced. It's very, very difficult. And the net effect is most of those international journalists can't convince their editors that it's worth covering this story. The way that international media works now, there's often bureaus in Nairobi, in Johannesburg, and they cover the whole region. So it's much easier to convince your editor that to go to cover a story in Tanzania or Kenya, where there's no security risks, there's fixes that are identifiable, you'll get the story with 100% certainty, you get all the footage that you need. You can't guarantee that for a story anywhere in Ethiopia, and certainly not in the rural parts of Oromia. So it's a hard sell. But a lot of major outlets that want to cover this continue to be in touch, and they continue to express frustration that they're not able to convince their supervisor this is a story worth covering. I think an interesting example as well for international journalists who perhaps don't know about Ethiopia or are not familiar with working in difficult situations, they want to just sort of show up, see what they can find. So they contact the embassy to get a visa. They're quite open and honest with what it is they're going to do, and they very rarely get visas. This has always been a challenge for international journalists going into Ethiopia, but it's become much more prevalent lately. A lot of journalists from major newspapers who have been trying to get in can't get in, or it's just delayed so much, the visa process. By the time they actually get the visa, they've moved on to other stories. If you contrast that with those journalists that are willing to cover a positive aspect of Ethiopia's development, it's completely different. The European Parliamentary Resolution, which was the strongest thing we've seen on Ethiopia in a long time, was very interesting how the government reacted. So the parliamentary resolution came out. That piqued a lot of interest among European-based journalists. A lot tried to go to cover what was happening in Oromia. I don't believe any of them got visas, at least they didn't in the sort of 2 or 3 week time period after that resolution. But the government organized a trip for Brussels-based journalists to go and cover Ethiopia's tourism successes, the different tourism sites, and the different development projects, with the goal of having these sort of pro-development sort of puff pieces. And that's what happened. They paid for these trips, the government paid for all of these trips. The journalists went on the government's coin. So how has information gotten out? Chair was about to show me another card, I think. So social media, as we all know, has played a major role. Facebook, Twitter has been an invaluable source of information coming out. What we're seeing now is that Facebook, Twitter, other social media sites are blocked, albeit sporadically, in different parts of Oromia. And it's certainly been noticeable to me that in the last month, while we receive information that protests are continuing in different places, there's very little sort of depth to the information that's coming out from on the ground. There's certainly a lot of restrictions that were not in place even 2 or 3 months ago in Oromia. We've had numerous reports of individuals being targeted for filming protests, but also just for owning smartphones, for being in the vicinity of the protests with smartphones. We're getting more and more information about that. A lot of the people that we interviewed in the recent trip to Kenya spoke about being targeted because they were seen as being the person who was documenting the abuses and sharing with OMN and with other outlets. And of course, jamming, historically, as Patricia mentioned, has played a very key role in controlling information in and out of Ethiopia. Jamming is incredibly expensive. It's incredibly expensive for the government. It's incredibly expensive for the satellite, or for the television stations that are jammed. So VOA, Deutsche Welle have periodically been jammed, not so much during these protests, but the diaspora-based stations, of course, have been jammed, and other strategies used to take the diaspora stations off the air. Those stations played a really important role in the early months of the protest in terms of sharing information within Oromia. 2 minutes.
You can stop earlier if you want.
No, I got it. So in absence of media, who should be gathering this information? Well, obviously academics have an important role to play. Civil society has an important role to play. Since the 2009 Charities and Societies Proclamation, independent civil society covering human rights issues has been severely restricted. We used to say it was completely decimated, but one of the bright lights in the last month has been the Ethiopian Human Rights Council, now known as the Human Rights Council, who produced a report on the Oromia protests, which came out several weeks ago. So that's a very positive event. Now, most of that was based on the early days of the protests and those woredas where the protests first occurred. But still, there are severe limitations on domestic civil society, and that's an ongoing problem. International human rights groups like Human Rights Watch, like Amnesty, we face many restrictions as well. The information will always come out. It's just a matter of getting it as the events are unfolding. Somebody mentioned in one of the presentations that over several months we'll begin to understand more and more about what's happening. That's certainly our experience. The information will come out. It's just difficult to get it real time, given that we can't freely access the country. Some of the other sources, Trevor mentioned Djibouti. Oromos who are leaving Ethiopia are regularly being targeted in Kenya, in Somaliland, in Djibouti, in Sudan. So that's, and the result of that is that they're more afraid to speak to journalists and to human rights groups as well. And it's also difficult because we get so much more information than what we can publish, partially because it's difficult to corroborate a lot of what we hear given the restrictions, but partially because it's very difficult to protect those individuals who provide that information to us. A lot of the details in our reports are left out, because it would identify individuals, including place names. Place names are usually not mentioned, which is obviously a problem when we're trying to be specific as possible in sharing our information with the world, but we can't put those individuals at risk who are brave enough to provide that information. Maybe lastly, I will just say that this lack of information has a lot of impacts. And as we try to push other governments to be stronger, more robust in their response to Ethiopia on these protests, one of the things that we constantly hear from these governments is that they don't have enough information on what is actually happening. There's lots of information floating about, but they don't consider a lot of it to be credible. So that's, I think, a big challenge for all of us. A lot of the information that they get is through government sources, through a few of the international media outlets and NGOs that they consider to be credible. But given the scale and complexity of the protest movement and the abuses that are being discussed, they don't have the information that they need in order to be able to have a more robust response. Obviously, there's lots of other reasons why they're not pursuing robust responses, but that's the lack of information is certainly a new one. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, David. And next up, we have Teshali Abera, who began life as a policeman in Addis Ababa, and then went on to study law from the beginning. And he was so good at studying law that he ended up as the president of the Oromia Region Supreme Court, a post which he held from 2001 until jumping ship and claiming asylum in the UK in October 2006. Since when he's been exposing human rights abuses in Ethiopia to the media, and also cajoling me and bullying me into lobbying at Parliament. And we've both been working with the House of Commons and with Amnesty International and trying to generally raise the level of awareness of human rights abuse in Ethiopia. Over to you, Teshali. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor, for the introduction. I will be quick. I won't take more than 7-8 minutes. I'll try to summarize things as soon as possible. I am talking on a couple of points. Land policy in Ethiopia and the constitutional guarantees for tenure security, land and democracy. How is it connected? It is connected to different things, but how is it connected? It's particularly to democracy. And we have some ongoing work, and I would not go into those details, but I would say little about it. And the rest is conclusion. That is how it is. In Ethiopia, as you might know, there is a constitution. That constitution guarantees tenure security. In theory, it reads as that, as you might see from the screen. It says the right of the people. Article 40 of sub 4 of the Constitution says this. It has got many provisions, but it says this. Ethiopian peasants have the right to obtain land without payment. And most importantly, the protection against eviction from their possession. The tricky thing is this. It is tricky because of the nature of the government. Otherwise, if the government is democratic, it won't be. It says the implementation of this provision shall be specified by law. So it is subject to the government that is assuming power, that security, the tenure security provided by the first sentence could be respected if the government is democratic. If the government is elected by the people, if the government is for the people, then this provision would be okay. Tenure security could be guaranteed. This is what the law says under the current government. But the problem is here. Before going to that, let me reflect on this. While this constitution after this constitution was adopted, we gathered somewhere to discuss on the merit of the constitution, different aspects of the constitution in Adama. Soon after the constitution adopted. And there are many lawyers from different corners of Ethiopia, and especially judges and prosecutors. One question was asked. The question was, the land belongs to the state and the people. We know, somebody asked this question. We know the state has got a police, different structures there, but who is? It's that the people. That time it was very easy for those who were taking with the government, who took side with the government to answer the question. The state is the representative of the people, because the assumption is the state is formed through democracy. You can remove it, you can put it back, and the process goes on like that. But what if it is not democratic? Because we have got a bitter experience with government. Somebody pursued this argument, and nobody could answer that. It is impossible to answer that, because everything is based on speculation. We are thinking about the future. We don't know about the future, so nobody could answer that. The assumption is the government would be democratic, and we can bring it down and put it back to position, so it shouldn't be a problem. If the law that disrupts this provision is in power, then people have the right to replace the government. That is a theory, but that is not happening today for 25 years, and it is not going to happen under this government, according to what we see now. What happened? What happened is government began to justify, it began to bend the constitution itself in the name of investment. Investment began to justify evicting people from their own possession. The constitutional provision that says that tenure security is guaranteed is taken at the back door. So what happened is that government grabs land and series of houses are built over there. Those who are loyal to the government get land as they wish. Those who are less important to the government are subject to eviction always. That is what is happening around Addis and near every town. The land grab is very common phenomenon in Ethiopia, if you know, especially in Oromia, because life is very active than everywhere in Oromia. You know, the big farmers, the flower planters, which are accumulated in Oromia, especially around the city. Grima was talking about it, and about 80 to 90% of them are, especially these power plants, are accumulated, concentrated around Oromia, around the capital city, Finfinne, Addis Ababa. So the Oromos are victims because of our location, because of the economic importance of the place. People would get nothing out of that. What happened to the people, the health aspect of it, the ecological aspect of it, and the economic aspect of it, it has got different. Okay. Right. I will summarize it within 2 minutes. I've got 2 minutes. Land use is based on different preconditions. Conditions like fertilizer. You have to take fertilizer from the government. Government sells fertilizers now. The ruling party has got different companies. Amongst them is those who are selling fertilizer. If you can't pay, you can't use. Loyalty to authorities became a precondition. If you see what is happening in Oromia right now, the kind of litigation in court, it is just about nothing but land. Every maladministration is based and rooted on land. And the litigation you have in Oromia court is about land. How is land connected to democracy? After 2005 election, what has happened is radically different. Until 2005, things were okay. Government was using land, the land as a means of source by selling fertilizers, forcing people to pay. That was how it began. But after 2005, a big shift came. Giving lands to involving foreigners began to emerge. Many hectares of land were given away after 2005. Why did that? We don't know. It seems that government is frustrated. They don't convince the people, so it is about breaking the people. It looks like that. If we see what happened after 2005, it looks as if the serfdom of the previous era was coming up, returning. Let me summarize quickly because I don't have time. We have had some case studies. Some wonderful boys made some inquiry. There is around Maki area. Let me summarize by that. In Maki area, there is a very fertile land around Zuwai in Dugda district. It's a very fertile, starting from the dirt that was, the government has been planning to use it for a highly mechanized sort of agriculture. People are living there. Now, at that place, that land is, the people living around there, their land is confiscated and given to people coming from particular area. We have got the list of those who are coming to that area. They are Tigrayans. I don't want to go into that. The politics of others and the othering of politics, what he was talking is really important here. Those who are living there are marginalized, evicted, they don't have anywhere to go, and they are building highly mechanized sort of farm. On that from that farm, they produce about 300 trucks are transported to Addis every day. Those who are farming on this are coming from Tigray. They are funded by a company called, a bank called Dedebit. Dedebit is funding them. Those people who are living around there couldn't compete. What is happening to those people? Well, how could we deal with the contradiction? Because the contradiction is very vivid, very clear. People are feeling that somebody is taking their land. That perception is created. It is our problem, because if something is going to erupt, it affects those people. Most importantly, it affects the image of our people, because if people are highly affected by that sort of feeling, something is going to erupt. So things are very worrying. I would conclude with this. Thank you.
I'm so sorry to have to rush everybody, but the fact of the matter is that Felix has to go in 5 minutes in order to catch a plane. So I would invite questions, not so many comments. What we're after now is ways forward. We've heard about human rights abuses. We don't want to hear any more information. What we want to do is decide what to do about it. Now, if we could take 2 or 3 questions for Felix, and then he will have to vanish at 7, and then we can relax a bit and field more questions. Khalid, yes?
Thank you very much. My question is just for translation.
No, just for Felix now. He has to go in 5 minutes.
I just say thank you for coming.
Okay. Because Felix has to go in 5 minutes.
Let him be excused.
No.
Okay.
Thanks for coming and for the wonderful work you are doing. I haven't seen any report from Human Rights Watch on this concentration camp. They are using new prisons, they are using military camps as concentration camp. I just hear there are at least 10,000 people and so like I'm wondering what is there. And for Amnesty International has not been that active this time around. We've seen a couple of reports, but we're hearing rumors here and there. I don't know for a name going to it, but why is Amnesty this year not as good as it used to be when it comes to reporting? Thank you.
On the reported increase of military detention centers, we've heard a lot of reports of transported prisoners from different smaller centers in Oromia to some of the military detention centers, particularly those military detention centers that are well known, but there's a history of having large concentrations of prisoners, usually Oromo prisoners. The problem is, because we can't access the country easily, there's always a lag between when we get information, enough information in order to be able to corroborate and to produce something, and when those things come out. So we're continuing to gather information on the Oromo protest. That's one of the things we're looking at. If we get enough information, we'll see more outputs. But it's certainly not something that's going to happen anytime in the next few days.
Any other questions for Felix before we dash it on? Yeah,
just for Felix, as you said, governments do not, because they don't have really enough sufficient information, as you said. Is it not shutting out outside or external reporters, not evidence really about what they are hiding behind the is it not evidence by itself, right? Should it be challenged about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, one of the things we've seen is that every time a journalist gets arrested, every time there's more crackdowns on journalists or civil society, that the response from international governments is pretty quiet. And that what we keep saying is that all of these little cuts, when you put them all together, you're going to be in a situation where there's going to be something you really need information on. You won't be able to get it, and that's what's happening now. You know, so the silence from the international community about a lot of these things has created a situation where there's basically an information, or almost an information blackout. I mean, it's also clearly also being used as an excuse not to act as well. But I think Oromia is a huge area, very diverse communities, very diverse stories, very diverse messaging on the streets of Oromia, even if there's obviously a lot of unity and commonality as well. And so to understand those protests, government needs a lot, the foreign governments need a lot more information. There's also, you have to realize that a lot of those governments, individuals work on many, many countries, and issues are very complicated. And so when they want to understand what the Oromo cause is, or what Oromos are asking for, or sort of the context of these protests, it takes a lot of understanding, if you're new to the world of Ethiopia, to understand really what's happening in Oromia. And so there's a lot of expertise in this room that I think needs to get into the heads of a lot of Western decision makers about what Oromos are all about. Not sure if that answered the question or not. But.
It's up to us to get the information out, and basically it. Are there any other questions for Felix?
Yes, I see that it's 6:58, so my question is short.
It's 6:59, in fact.
It's sprint against whatever you have. My question is there any specific advice that you give to people in this room for helping to open things up for research? Either asking certain questions in various locations. What do you advise this group to do about this lockdown on information?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, the fact that the cameras are running, there's certain things that, we should be talking about in a smaller, more intimate group about how to get information out. One thing that's clear is that whenever it's revealed how information comes out, government quite often addresses that in short order. So I think we have to be quite careful. One thing I would say is that when something happens elsewhere in Ethiopia, we're bombarded with information. When something happens in Oromia, we don't get a lot of information. And I don't know why that is. But I would really encourage anyone that has, incredible information about what's happening somewhere. Not just because you read it on Facebook or because you heard a rumor, in a cafe, but if you've talked to your brother, your cousin, your mother about something that's happened, I mean, please try to communicate that. All the organizations here can do a lot with information. Our biggest challenge is not having enough credible information. So I think all of the information that everyone has in their heads, I mean, if they would share that with international organizations, then I think that can make a difference. The broader restrictions on media, on civil society, I mean, those are massive issues. And probably worthy of a conference also themselves.
Have you got time for?
Yeah, sure.
Just one more, yeah?
Yes. I'll speak up. Do you really think the power brokers in the West are that ignorant about what's going on in Ethiopia?
So, yes and no. I mean, I don't want to overstate how the lack of information is preventing a response from the West. I mean, that's not the big issue. I mean, obviously there's, states are in this for their own interests and so on and so forth. But I think it makes it more. They don't understand the protests. When we go and talk about other aspects of Ethiopia, they understand. They really don't understand what is happening on the ground. They don't understand the motivation behind it. They don't understand the way forward. They don't understand what they should be doing. There's much less understanding of this movement than other issues in Ethiopia. If you talk to your average British government official who works in Ethiopia about media freedoms compared to what they know about the Oromo protests, it's like night and day. It's completely different. They understand the general trends. Are they interested? Well, no, not really. I mean, they're interested in as far as it's in their own self-interest. But the analysis can only benefit from more information, more credible information coming their way.
That's very emphasizing.
We'll continue on this.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so we'll open up a non-Felix answerable session. And as I said, I'd like the emphasis to be not on hand-wringing and saying how awful everything is, but being positive in terms of where we can go from here. Felix has some suggestions there, and that's been brought home to me by a report I had this afternoon from the Chassa. Relatives of his had telephoned to say they know that 60 people have been buried near where they live. That sort of information ought to be coming to us, to people in Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, or to me, and I can send it on. So, okay, we'll open the floor now for questions to the panel. Khalid.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My question is for Patricia. Thank you for coming again. This UK government is supporting the European government, but we're not doing enough. So what can you advise us in order to pressure this government not to give aid to the government, just to the people? The second question is, you process in front of Ethiopian Unity, solidarity with Canada. Will you do the same for Garba? Thank you very much for that question.
So I'm not sure this is. I'll move.
Yeah, you're on. You're on. They're okay. Yeah.
Is that? Yeah. Is that okay? The first question about aid and government. As an organisation, we can't get involved with the aid. They're two separate issues. We can lobby the government to lobby the Ethiopian government about the human rights situation, but without tying it into aid. Obviously, Ethiopia receives vast amounts of money from the UK government, so therefore it should be a country of high interest. I mean, I don't know. I think this could be opened up to everyone on the panel. How to lobby the UK government more? It's something that I've encouraged my own organisation, Amnesty, to do. They do their bit. I think they should do more. Amnesty's become very strategic and very thematic, and Ethiopia, unfortunately, is not falling into one of their specific chosen themes or countries. But I mean, I don't know if Trevor's mentioned before, there are a group of us representing different organisations within London that meet regularly and trying to, we've got regular meetings in Westminster with some of the all-party parliamentary groups, and we're trying to bring together the diaspora, lots of different groups and organisations to speak as one voice. And I think that is essential, you know, for both our government and the Ethiopian government to see that there is one voice against human rights violations in the country. So that's one area. I won't say anything more. And the second question, sorry, just remind me, was the...
You protest in front of Ethiopian Embassy, solidarity with Scandal. Will you do the same for...
Yeah. I have put in a request for that, and I have to wait. Our researcher is based in Nairobi, so they make the decisions and do the research. So we have put in a request for Bekele to become a prisoner of an individual at risk, and so I hope so.
Right. Any other questions?
Okay, I want to give some assignment.
All right, Garoma would like to respond.
Doctor, I want to say something from here, and maybe it can change just for 1 second.
Yes.
Okay.
Garoma, the floor for 1
yes,
minute.
I want to use this opportunity to say something, okay? When I was reading about social movement, I came across the elements of social movement, or we can say components of social movement. In social movement, there are 3 elements. One is the actors, the second one is voice makers, and the third one is leaders. These are very important for the success of the social movement. So what I want to ask you is, people, Oromo people abroad, or you can say diaspora, are you are you a supporter of this social movement in Oromia now, or sympathizer, or part of the movement, or you are neutral? This is just I want to give you a challenge. Just I want you to just think about this and say something. Thank you.
Thanks, Garoma. Any other queries? Aha, yes.
thank you. My question, one of you can answer me. Before weeks ago, the government announced to pay compensation for those who are victims. And as far as the government is not ready to acknowledge how many people have been killed, how do you analyze this? How can they pay the compensation? It's my first question. My second question is directed to Obogaloma. Before 1 week, I think one famous physician has been killed in a car accident givenly. One don't is warning about him, whole artisan. And what information do you have, or because the TPLF tactic, government tactic, is removing popular individuals to silence popular uprising. Do you think is that true? That he has been killed with car accident?
Okay, thank you. So, Shelley, could you answer the initial part of the question about compensation? Is that possible? Could it be paid? And then, Garoma, if you could comment on the particularity of the RTA victim.
Yeah, compensation is a difficult issue. I think it has been discussed very much around the U.S. on a session organized by OSA itself. Many people talked about it. Compensation is based on what the government decides. You can't appeal the decision. If you have to appeal the decision, it is on the amount. If your property is confiscated, it is just on the amount of the compensation, and you can't go directly to the court and challenge the authorities. You have to apply to them. Those who made that decision have to decide again. You literally beg them to change their mind. That is the only thing you can do. There is almost no remedy for that, especially if land is taken from you, if you are dispossessed, that's all. There is a very it is very difficult.
Okay, thank you. And just briefly, because we want to get on to actions.
Okay, I want to add just some on afan oromtiin dubbachuu barbaada waa'ee compensation. Compensation kan godhamu itoo lafti fudhatamee itoo ta'een lafa dhimma ba'uufidha nuti beeknu. Kaampaanii tokko kana jedhan waan kana kan ilaalu jechaadha. UN Global Compact kan jedhu piroograamii jira. Kana jecha maal jechaadha? Qabxiilee 10tu jira yookaan namni karaa lafa fudhatu yookiin lafti gurguramu kan guutamuu qabutu jira waa'ee human rights jechaadha. Kanaaf namni du'e compensation mootummaan naan kenne yookaan jedhu compensation sana eenyutu fudhata yookiin immoo gumaa sana eenyu akka fudhatus naaf hin galu. Kanaaf compensation kanarratti hammam baay'ina isaa fi wantoota ta'e compensation barbaada Oromoon inni isaa du'e yookiin immoo ijoollee isaanii du'anii abbaa haati isaa irraa dhume horii fudhatee mana isaatti galuuf deema kan jedhu waan adeemsuuf waa'ee compensation kana gaaffii jala yookiin immoo Oromoon gaafachuu qabu natti fakkaatu. Compensation horii fudhatanii namoota 400 du'eera sinin jedheera hanni awwaalamanii namoota 400 kanaaf compensation yookiin immoo gumaan kenname uummanni Oromoo manatti galuu qaba kan jedhu isinti mataa keessan gaafachuu dandeessu jechaadha. Achi kana gaafatame namni fiizishaanii tokko yookiin immoo namni dooktarriin tokko makiinaan du'e jedhamee odeeffamaa dhugumadha kan jiru. Yookiin immoo waan akkasii kana odeeffannoo qabdu kan jiru. Odeeffannoo isaa qabna garuu adda baafachuu hin dandeenye. Mootummaan Itoophiyaa konkolaataan nama ajjeesuun isa jalqabaa miti. Namoota baay'eetu du'anii jechaadha. Maaliif sababa adda addaatiin namoota bifa adda addaatiin ajjeesaa jiru jechaadha. Kanaaf gara fuulduraatti faana buunee adda baafachuu dandeenya. Garuu namni kun konkolaataa karaarra deemaa jiru namni. Karaarraa bahamee ture kan rukutame kan jedhan odeeffannoo argadhee jechaadha. Karaarraa bahamee rukutame jechaan namni rukute kun yookiin konkolaataa rukute kun machaa'ee haa ta'u yookiin beeka haa ta'u biraan geenye jechuudha. Kanaaf akkuma nuti ciican yookiin immoo kan taajinne amannu nama sana akkuma jedhat jette eliminate gochuuf waan barbaadame fakkaata garuu adda baafannee jechaadha. Guddaa galatoomaa.
Thanks, Graham. Could you briefly summarise that in English about the road traffic accident for the non-Oromo speakers? Yeah?
Okay, sorry. What I said about compensation, somebody asked about compensation.
No, we've covered that. It's the car accident.
Okay, the car accident. The question was, he asked me that a physician in RC zone was killed by car accident. So his family and all Oromos, especially around RC, they are saying that this is deliberately done. So his question is, did you know about this, or do you have any document which shows that it is deliberately done? I don't have. But I know that the guy was killed, he was not walking at the middle of the road. He was just walking on the sidewalk. So the car came out from, it's just really a lane and killed this guy. So this shows that really the people, what they are saying might be true, because unless and otherwise the driver was very drunk, he cannot get out from the road and kill somebody who is just normal walking on the walking side. So my answer is, we didn't get tangible information about that. Just we are seeking and we are following in the future, and I will let you know if you give me your address. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are there any suggestions from the audience about what we could be doing to improve the lobbying and improve the information gathering and dissemination that we do? Is that Khalid? And Mercuria? Shall we take Mercuria first and then Khalid? Mercuria, have we got a microphone? Okay, Mercuria, can you shout out?
I can, I think.
Yeah?
Well, you know, there are different groups, Amnesty International, the Oromia Support Group, and then Human Rights Watch. Is it possible to combine your information and even other group and address the same issue so that it looks at least convincing if all of these organizations say the same thing at the same time, maybe with the same document?
Patricia?
Well, difficult one. I mean, that does happen, obviously, is it every 4 years when they do the Universal Periodic Review for the United Nations? So certainly all the organisations put their material together. I'm a little reluctant to speak for the other groups. For Amnesty, I think one of their prime concerns is their research and their facts, and that it's very correct and pure, and I'm not sure if they'd be prepared to, I don't know.
No, they wouldn't publish anybody else's information without corroboration.
Yeah, I can't speak for the other groups.
Yeah. And we do share information between OSG, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty anyhow. Khalid, did you want to?
Yes, thank you. I went to my MP.
Oh, good. Well done.
Yeah.
Everybody should be doing this. Every single person in this room should be doing this. Yep.
And I was campaigning for him for election 2010. And
even better. Great.
So he knows me well. So what I've done is, he knows about all my everything. He said that I need minimum 5 people, so we can debate on parliament. We can call for foreigner first. Okay? But I only got 3 people. I've been asking the whole community. They are not serious, to be honest. It's not concerned. Only Teshala and Muru and me. I don't know. If you want, you can campaign, you can do a lot. But the others, they have to go and talk to him, and so we can do something about it.
Absolutely.
So just only meeting and talking also.
Yeah.
We have to do it in action. Thank you very much.
Okay, I want to say on this point, I want to raise some very important for everybody. Dr. Kwe Kumsa has got a very good experience what we are doing in Canada about campaigning. I want to just ask her just to say or share your experience what we are doing, because we are campaigning at community level, at once on one day, and we got really remarkable results. So Dr. Kwe, if you please, because she is the organizer of that campaign, that's why I'm asking her. Khalid, give to her, Dr. Kwe.
Right, sorry. I've been told that we should wrap it up, but I've also been asked for somebody to squeeze in. Tana, you wanted to say something, you say? Or Kwe?
What we did was just get together whoever is organized and legally registered in Canada in the name of Oromo, whether it's Afosha, whether it's Central, whether it's Hawassa community, whether it's organizations like Oromas. We just got everybody together so we could speak in one big voice from across Canada. So we started writing appeal letters. It doesn't matter what it is, but what we actually speak in one language is more powerful than what each person speaks. So we are also looking at, we've been meeting like regularly so far, like by teleconference. But what we do is write letters, also encourage people, all our members of our community, to go to their MPs. We write letters for MPs, just generic letters out, so everybody can take those letters to their community. And then there are documented atrocities. They take that to their community, to their MPs. The other thing is just create brochures, just raise awareness, because whenever we go to MPs or even to if we speak with our colleagues, people don't know. We haven't been doing a lot of work in terms of consciousness raising about Oromo Africa, all sorts of this happening on the roads. So general consciousness raising, talk to your colleagues, talk to your students, talk to your teachers, talk to everybody, talk to your neighbors. This is what's happening to us. This is what we're living today. This is what our people are doing. Our families back home are living. So we do that general consciousness raising.
Thank you. Namahunda Dagese. There is a reason that Human Rights Watch is informed about the arrest of Eskinder Nega and Amhara journalists. There is a reason the UNHCR is turning down Oromo refugee cases now, whereas they weren't before. And that's because of the lobbying of the Amhara community and the lobbying of the EPRDA. We've got to get out there and match those people. We've also got to cooperate with other groups who are struggling in Ethiopia, including the Amharas. If we don't do that, then we're on a hiding into nothing. That's the end of the panel. Thank you very much.
Doctor, can I say 1 second for my question?
Okay, I have two quick announcements before the OSA President walks into closed session. The first one is about Muhammad Hassan's book. You remember that many of you didn't buy this book yesterday because James Curry has finished the copies that it brought here. You can walk here and take this live so that you can keep the discounts to get it online on James Curry's website. If you take this paper as a passcode and you can buy the book online with the same discount that James Curry was doing here yesterday in the last day. The next one is about the seminar that African Studies, Center of African Studies is holding tomorrow night at SOAS, University of London, where Skel Gabisa, Henok, and myself will be speaking among the academic circle about Oromo protesters from different perspectives. We will be speaking, arguing, and debating on Oromo protesters within the university for those who are remaining in London and for the Oromo community in London. And anyone interested, it is free, there is no entrance. It will be held beginning at 5 until 7. Thank you very much.
finally we are here. It has been a very fascinating 2 days. First of all, I would really like to say thank you to LCE faculty member Dr. Allo for being the go-to person in arranging a lot of logistics here. Please just give him a round of applause for Dr. Allo. And most importantly, equally, PhD candidate Itana, who has been coping up with all of my requests for the last 5 months in putting all things together. Thank you very much, Itana. And many other people like Khalid and the Oromo community in UK, and all of you who sacrificed a lot and came out in participating in all of the sessions. We say thank you. I really guarantee you that OSA should continue to implement this tradition of taking the mid-year conference outside of the US, not only in Europe, but also in Africa, and one day back home. With this, we will end officially our session. Thank you very much. We are officially dismissed. Thanks, man. Great. Really appreciate it. Got it. Thanks, man. Got it. Yeah.